eventful Saturday yesterday with the junior show being here in Broadbent Arena. We will continue that here today, and looking forward for everybody coming in and enjoying themselves here at the North American. Before we get started, if you could please rise and remove cover and join me in the singing of the national anthem. Thank you all. And again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here in Broadbent Arena. Again, it is right at 8 o'clock, so we are ready for those first classes to be making their way into the ring. Again, we're ready for those first couple classes to be making their way into the ring. And here in Broadbent Arena, we do have a eventful Sunday today. Again, in Ring A, we will have the Main-Anjou show, followed by the Main Angus, then Maintainer, then followed by the Red Angus and Gelby Balancers. Again, in Ring A, we will have those exhibitors in Ring A, and in Ring B, we will have the Chianina, ChiAngus, Chi-Composite, then followed by Limousine, Limb Flex, and then Junior Full Blood Simmentals over in Ring B. And of course, the Supreme Drive is in Freedom Hall this evening at approximately 5:30 p.m. And again, over in your Kenia female show, entering the class now is Class 1, Kenia females. These heifers' date of birth range from May 31st through May 10th of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 1 at Kenia females. And over in your Main-Anjou heifer show, your class now in the ring is Class 1. Again, in the ring now is Class 1 with your May heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from May 14th through May 3rd of 2025. I would like to take this time to introduce your Chianina female judge for today, Mr. Brent Murphy. Brent resides in Houstoniana, Missouri, where he owns and manages a Murphy Cattle Company alongside his wife, Dieta, and two sons, Cole and Ty. Their operation has always consisted of registered Angus and Sim-Angus cows with C-stock focus, but recently they have been committed to growing their cub calf program. Although Brent was not raised in agriculture industry, he joined 4-H and grew a love for beef cattle. He has now had the privilege to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the inaugural show Steer Junior National, National Western Stock Show, Arizona National, Keystone International, American Royal, and several national junior breed shows. He strives to make it a positive experience for every single exhibitor. Brent enjoys attending cattle, goat, and swine shows across the Midwest throughout this year with his family. If you could join me in giving Mr. Brent Murphy a round of applause.
Well, good morning over here on the main side. A really nice class to start our day off, and I'm really excited to sort through these cattle today and share the ring with Brent over here, a friend of mine from Missouri and somebody that I really respect. Just a great class here to start off with, and I think we've got a lot of differences in kind, but the heifer that I'm going to go ahead and start with, I think combines a lot of the qualities that the two behind her come up with as well into one package. She's a female that I think when we get her off from the side, she's the most balanced and proportional in her look, and she's a female that still combines a look of maternal power and body in a package that still comes to us youthful and has a lot of structural integrity when we get her out here. I'd like to maybe change her just a little bit in the way that she lays into her shoulder and chest right there and make her just a little more laid back right in that area if we're going to get nitpicky on her. But I think a heifer that has a tremendous amount of body, and I think that's where she has the advantage over the heifer in second. She just opens up so much bolder in terms of her forerib and her center body dimension, and you get in behind this heifer, and she's really dimensional. Just a nice place to start here in this first class. Certainly becomes a little bit more of a call here between second and third, and I'll be the first to admit the heifer that comes in second needs to come with a little more body as she matures. But I see her as the more youthful option. I see her the one that's a little fresher in the way she's made. I like her in terms of her spine and her pin placement just a little better. And as she gets out and goes, I think she's just more comfortable as we study her in that regard. Certainly the highest performing heifer that's the stoutest and probably the biggest boned and footed comes out here in third. And certainly if you just want to power them up, this heifer brings a lot in terms of her dimension. I'd just like to maybe lay her parts together just a little better. She gets a little rounder to the center portion of her shoulder, a heifer that I'd particularly like to change just in the way that she is made in terms of her hip design and muscle and the way that she lays that on her skeleton, make her just a little more maternal in that look. A really nice class of 3 high-quality heifers.
And placings in class number 1 over in your Main-Anjou Heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 3, weighing 623 pounds, KFE Miss Gigi 5N, exhibited by Kason Granado of Lynchburg, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 1, weighing in at 622 pounds, Casey Annie, exhibited by Kylie Klein of Ripley, Ohio. And third place in that class, weighing 789 pounds, goes to LJM Who's Vogue, exhibited by Leslie Mesh of Collins, New York. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 1 over in your Chianina Female Show and Automatic Champion Summer Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 1, weighing in at 540 pounds, WRA 48 Ace 531N, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. And second place in Class 2 and Automatic Reserve Division Champion goes to entry number 2, weighing in at 649 pounds, LV Gijo Total Girl, exhibited by Gavin Renato of Ada, Ohio. And third place in Class 1 goes to entry number 4, weighing in at 667 pounds, RHCC Sweet Pea, exhibited by Carson Butcher of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring over in your Chianina Female Show is Class 2. These heifer calves' date of birth range from April 23rd through April 1st of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 2 Chianina females. And over in Class 2 in your Main-Anjou Heifer Show is Class 2. Again, these heifer calves' date of birth range from April 17th through April 2nd of 2025. And placings in Class 2 over in your Kenia female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 13, weighing in at 795 pounds, PCC DKBF Who's Looking, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And second place in that class goes to entry number 8, weighing in at 734 pounds, Pit Press Who That Jalen, exhibited by Katie Feinberg of Lucedale, Mississippi. Third place in that class goes to entry number 9, BCU Lucky Lucy 523N, exhibited by Braden Cummins of Hillsboro, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 11, exhibited by Cameron Harden of Mount Orb, Ohio. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 14, exhibited by Brayley Henderson of West Branch, Michigan. Sixth place goes to entry number 5, exhibited by Cecil Ramson of Boswell, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 3 Kenia females. These heifers' date of birth range from March 27th through March 16th. And placings in Class 2 over in your Main-Anjou Junior Heifer Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 7, MCCF Glory ET, exhibited by Brody Bolin of Ashland, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 12, SFFC Augusta Pride, 52.9, exhibited by Stormy Swan of Rockville, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 8, Kena GTC Ag Missin' Me, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Fourth place goes to entry number 9, CFCC Jordan 731N, exhibited by Baylor DeHaven of Parker City, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 6, exhibited by Emerson Foster of Niles, Michigan. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 10, exhibited by Casey Barker of Florence, Montana. And 7th place in Class 2 goes to entry number 11, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kenton, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 3 Main-Anjou Junior Heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from March 18th through March 5th of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 3 Main-Anjou Heifers. Would like to take this time to introduce your Main-Anjou heifer judge today, Mr. Blaine Rogers. Blaine is from Savannah, Missouri, and he owns and operates Rogers Livestock with his wife, Melissa, and 2 daughters, Peyton and Reagan. Blaine grew up in California, where he attended Modesto Junior College and Cal Poly University and studied animal science while participating on the livestock judging team. Today, Rogers Livestock is a family operation focused on breeding and marketing high-quality cattle and working with families and breeders across the country. In addition to selling cattle, Rogers Livestock also promotes and markets semen from a diversified lineup of bulls, serving all segments of the industry. Outside his role at Rogers Livestock, Blaine is a national sales manager at Rural Supplements, where they focus on providing a complete multi-species line of nutrition, supplements, and rival show feed brand to customers across the nation. These 2 roles provide the opportunity to work closely with youth and breeders in the livestock industry and fulfill a long passion here today. If you please join me in giving Mr. Blaine Rogers a round of applause for being here on the Green Shavings.
Very good class here. Well, they switched me mics here, and that didn't work so good. Very good class right here. A lot like the village people. There's one of everything down through here, and that's good. But nonetheless, there's an awesome set of young people doing a good job. First and second get really, really close. And I'm going to tell you, I'll give up a shot of bone, a shot of foot, and just a shot performance, because that one is dead set incredible in terms of her build, especially with the one right behind her. Just the set to her shoulder, the set to her front knee, the way she gets out and actually reaches and extends and picks it up and puts it down is incredible. But where she really trumps the one right in second is that thing is so genuine in terms of from the base of her underpinning all the way to the ground. She's squaring her knee, her foot lands square, her hock, her foot, everything's in terms of her body wall. You bet. Stouting her bone work up, young man. And hey, then we got us a killer. But that one's presentation is good. I love how youthful and immature she comes. She fits where she's at. That is a good-looking one that is dead set flawless in terms of her structure and her build. You bet. You need more horsepower in her? Hey, that's where you change her, but very, very good one there. This one here in second, I wanted to run up and be our class winner, because those are big feet, big bones. Awesome there on the stand. This young lady gets every ounce of it out of her. And you can be our class winner maybe when we stand back from afar and look at them. Watch the cattle come right to you. She closes too much. The base of her chest up front. Combine that with being a little bit shallower in her jaw and a little narrower right there in her muzzle and a little narrower in the base of her chest. That's how we land to be second. That one will be very, very good. Her balance is good. Her hip, her rear leg, the posture of that is very, very good. Got big old furry ears that sit up on the top side of her head, and she'll be a lot of fun to go work on. For this guy, she just needs to be better when she comes right at you. Have more true chest width, change her in the bottom side of her jaw, and make her just a nickel stouter there, if you will. But young lady, you've done an incredible job presenting her. On the stand, very, very good cattle here in third, and that's kind of the neat thing about being a livestock judge versus you guys back there, is the only thing we get to see is gate to gate. This heifer maybe can go run up a spot, but she hadn't had that trip, and the young man's done everything he could. That's the first 6 steps she's walked the whole time. But when she does it, she wants to drop her head, drop her neck. Her presence isn't as good. Her comfort level in her top doesn't maintain as good as the 2 right in front of her. On the stand, this one can go up a spot. High-necked, awesome down her top line, where that one needs to be better in her top line. This one's jet level. Young man, this one's the seat of her britches needs yanked down in her. She's a little high-twisted. When the cattle go right away from you, she needs squared up in her rear hock and her rear feet, and just let her go better. High-performing one comes next. Good-looking, long-bodied, long hip. We're going to make them a little bigger. We're going to make them a little more elevated. That's good. Got to bring her with some more forerib and some more body shape. Love her bone, love her foot. Young man's got one that's good looking, balances, very fundamentally correct in terms of her structure and her runners. Need to stouten her in terms of her foot and her bone and just her feature, but a good female there, young man. Young lady's doing a good job with one that does have more shot, more shape than the one right in front of her. She's heavier bone. She's just not as genuine in her build. So very, very good class. Lots of good cattle in there. Lots of differences. Congratulations to all of you.
And placings in Class 3 over in your Main-Anjou Heifer Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 15, JMGC Emmy's Cheek, ET, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Second place in Class 3 goes to entry number 21, BEAJ Miss Carmen, exhibited by Foster Watterson of West Columbia, West Virginia. And third place in Class 3 goes to entry number 18, JBT Miss Cindy Lou, exhibited by Avery Moore of Lafayette, Indiana. And fourth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 19, DSM Lady K, exhibited by Kate Spruce of Libspen, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 4 Main-Anjou Junior Heifers. Again, now in the ring is Class 4 Main-Anjou Heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from February 21st through February 2nd of 2025. And catching you up over in your Chianina female show, placings in Class 3 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 15, PCC DKBF Who's Looking 110N, exhibited by Jesse Ryder of Beamer, Nebraska. And second place in that class goes to entry number 20, CLAC Who Dat Fancy, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. Third place in Class 3 goes to entry number 19, JSUL Who Dat, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. And fourth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 18, DKBF PCC Dat Girl, exhibited by Hagen Hinton of Soso, Mississippi. And fifth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 17, exhibited by Carter Branter of Columbia City, Indiana. And sixth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 21, exhibited by Adam Dempsey of Hope, Indiana. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 22, exhibited by Jaden Patton of Economy, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring in your Chianina show is Class 4. Again, in the ring now is Class 4.
Good class, another challenging, lots of variation, lots of differences, and maybe one that doesn't say, hey, I got to be your class winner, but Cowboy, you got one that we don't have to make many excuses for. Everything fits. That's the most genuine in terms of when the cattle go right away, in terms of her rear hock and her foot. She's still attractive enough. Her body shape is the best. Where she beats the one that's maybe just a shot cooler looking in second is right up over her withers and right in her forerib, right down into the base of her heart. That's where she beats the one right behind her. The one that's more my speed stands third, but she doesn't have enough horsepower. So you're a logical class winner, young man. Big round-bodied one, good going, good calf right there to win. Young lady in second, really good looking. On the stand, we can maybe get there. As cattle come, she closes too much to the base of her chest. Need to stouten her in her forerib. Good hip, good rear leg, good presentation. Good heifer there. This is the one I want to gravitate to. And young lady, I love her bone. I love her foot. I love just her look. I love just right in the center of her body. It's good. She gets too narrow right up over the top side of her hip and her pin set, and one that just doesn't balance is good from the side. That's more my speed in terms of stout-headed, good-footed, good round bone, good round body. Just need to balance her. We're going to need to give that one a shot more up high. Good heifer right here in terms of just her basics. Short back, long hipped, up-headed, gets out. Not the most attractive as she goes, but fundamentally we can use them kind all day, every day. Got big round feet on her. She used them the right way. Her body shape and her built-in durability is very, very good. Just need to balance her, make that one a little more attractive. We bring her in here. Very well presented one right here, young lady. You've done a great job doing that. My hat's off to you. Very good female in terms of her comfort level down her top line, in terms of her strength she has up high. Gets a little deeper in terms of top to bottom of her neck. Need to make her shot more attractive. Or if we're going to make them with a little more front, we got to have more center body. We got to have more rib shape to where it balances good. One or the other. We need to make her a shot more attractive. We need to give her a shot more horsepower. Runners are good. Presentation's good. You've fulfilled your project. Congratulations to you. Long-bodied, good-looking when young man's kept her skinny. It's been good for her, young man. She's attractive. She's good-looking. She still has some body shape. Just need to stouten her bone work, give her a shot more true muscle, but you've done an excellent job. Another good class, great set of young people. if you would, as we get to the end of this division, congratulate these young people. This is a good set of cattle. Maybe it hasn't just been as straightforward. We've had to go here to there, and I'm good with that. I guess I've always, I'm not a very educated person, but I've always told my kids, and the way we do it at home, it's quality nose to tail. They don't all have to look alike. I mean, and they're going to come different, and that's okay. I don't want to just single trait your calf because she wasn't built the way I like them. I want to try and dive in and assess your quality, and maybe if she's a little different speed than what I truly gravitate to, you still got a fair shot. As somebody that shows a lot of livestock, that's one of the most frustrating things in the world is when you've got a very, very high quality one and the guy puts you third and he says he's not my kind. Hey, if I'm better than the two right in front of you that are your kind, I think we need to be our class winner, and that's just my opinion. I guess we'll get it out of the way right now. So I'm not making any excuses. My point is, throughout the day, they will not look alike, and I'm okay with that. I'm going to assess them straight up on quality. Good set of firsts, good set of seconds. I think there's ones out here. There's about 4 heifers out here. Boy, if you tweaked them in one little area, you can say, hey, that's my division winner, lights out. We don't have any problem. But I think as we get them back out here, I'm not going to describe them to you. We talked a minute longer than they need to keep everything rolling. We've talked about them pretty extensively in class. I think there's some that have some far-reaching pieces. I think there's one that has one area we can make her better. After that thing is flawless in her build. You bet. You want to pick on her? You want to say she's not as big and mature? You want to say she's not as stout in terms of from her underline to the ground? I'm agreeing with you because she's not. Young man, you right there out of second class will be your champion. Her just genuine build and balance and structure, and you get in front of the cattle. When they come and go, that's the one I can think, man, I can put a lot of faith in. I like that one a lot. For reserve, it gets really, really close. I think there's another couple of them out here that are very, very good. I think there's one that if we could just crack her apart in the base of her chest, give her more true underpinning width all the way through, I think she can win our division pretty logically. But you combine her being a shot too narrow with the way she's built in her bottom jaw and her head, that's my hang up on her. Cowboy out of class 1 will be reserved. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
And catching you up over in your Main-Anjou female show, placings in Class 4 are as followed. Again, placings in Class 4 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 29, Kina TSSC Katie, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 25, CFCC Sophie 242N, exhibited by Kylie Petergrew of Columbia City, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 32, SIXR Press Zura, exhibited by Sydney Skinner of Waterford, Ohio. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 28, CFCC Ziana, exhibited by Lauren Landers Franklin of Blountsville, Alabama. And 5th place in that class goes to entry number 30, exhibited by Jenna Sketchel of Owata, Illinois. Please note entry number 27 was a scratch. And 1st place in Class 5 over in your Main-Anjou show goes to entry number 33, BK Notorious, exhibited by Rez Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And 2nd place in Class 5 goes to entry number 34, HSC Coco, exhibited by Emma Hyatt of Clay City, Indiana. And over in your Main-Anjou ring, we are ready for the selection of your Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf. Again, we're ready for that selection of your Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf. And catching you up over in your Chianina female show, placings in Class 4 are as followed. 1st place goes entry number 23, Strollers Hoo Hoo, exhibited by Colton Haynes of Brewston Mills, West Virginia. And 2nd place in that class goes entry number 27, JSUL Houdat Mafia, exhibited by Tegan Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. And 3rd place in that class goes entry number 26, JSUL Dat Darling, exhibited by Addison Tincture of Orleans, Indiana. And 4th place goes to entry number 24, exhibited by Katie Freeman of Belleville, Ohio. And 5th place in Class 4 goes to entry number 29, exhibited by Sarah Clanton of Vardo, Florida. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and also congratulations to your champion, late junior heifer calf champion, which will go to entry number 15, PCC DKBF, who's looking, exhibited by Jace Ryder of Beamer, Nebraska. And also congratulations to your reserve division champion, and that will go to entry number 13, PCC DKBF, who's looking, exhibited by Pate Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring over in your Chianina female show is Class 5. These heifers' date of birth range from February 27th through February 4th of 2025. And again, over in your Main-Anjou show, we are selecting your Division I champion female junior heifer calf. Again, we're selecting your Division I champion junior heifer calf. And your Division One champion over in your Main-Anjou show goes to entry at number 29. Again, it goes to entry number 29, KINATSSC Katie, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And your Division One Reserve Division champion goes to entry at number 33, BK Notorious, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And we're now ready to select your champion Bred Known Division champion.
Well, before we get into them, awesome class here. I promise you, and I mean that. These things are good, top to bottom, and there's tons of quality. And hey, you've got to figure out what you want to do, because every single one of these has got a mark on them that you think, man, can I live with that? And that's the cool thing about it today. I'm not asking for approval. I got, and I don't mean that arrogant at all, because that's a long ways from me. But I got to make sense of it, young lady. I'm not going to single trait your calf. She needs to be stouter from her underline to the ground. She needs to have bigger paws. She needs to have bigger ankles. After that, that's the best one in this class in my mind, in terms of being broad up over her withers, in terms of being pliable in the center of her body, in terms of the base of her chest and her underpinning width making sense in terms of where she's at. Good class winner right there. Need to stouten her up. This heifer here in second, she needs to be wider, and there's no question about it. Base of her chest back need to be wider. After that, which one behind her's built better? Which one's better in her top line? Which one's better right in her hip? Which one's got an absolutely incredible, flawless rear leg? She's got to be wider in the base of her chest. She's got to have more true width. Her runners, her look, her comfort of her top line, her length of hip, that's the one I can go ahead and get behind. This one here in three, one that comes to us a shot further along, in terms of her maturity, and that's okay. She is way better right in her body shape. She's wider right in the base of her chest. The posture of her hip and her spine is not quite as collected as those cattle right in front of her. On the stand, she can rival them pretty close. Little plainer down in the base of her chest, a little frailer and a little longer in terms of her bottom jaw and the length of her nose. I think you get into those cattle, the center of her body is extremely good. She needs a shot more to match that if we're going to proportion it. Right back here in her flank, she's not as genuine in terms of her underline, not as genuine in terms of the posture of her hip. Young lady, you've done an awesome job. Very, very good heifer right there. Good solid cattle comes next, and this one gave me some trouble because everything's pretty good in this one. She's not as stout in terms of her foot and her bone work. She needs a shot of lower muscle in terms of the seat of her britches. At times she wants to get a shot upright up front. But I think of the next two cattle, I'm more comfortable with her body shape and her underline quality. She's more genuine from the base of her forerib all the way back into her flank. When the cattle go, you bet she needs a shot more in the seat of her britches. We need to change her there. Very, very unique one comes next, and a lot of people probably runs this one way up to the top, and I'm good with that. She's better in her foot and her bone and her ankle than the one right in front of her. Her stoutness of feature is very, very good, young man. You presented her to the hill on the stand. She can rival up in there quite a bit. She's not as genuine in terms of her underline, in terms of God-given quality under there. She's presented very, very well, but in terms of just genuine underline, she's not as good there. Combine that kind of head and that length of head and the way she's built there with one that's a shot more narrow. We had a narrow one up there a bit ago, but I liked her head. I liked her forearm. I liked the way she was built there. Thought there was some more go in her. You've done an awesome job. There'll be lots of people like your cattle. Just need to balance her better. Need to change her in terms of the length of her head, in terms of the shape of her head, and that one needs to be wider when she comes right at you. Good heifer here, and this will be the best one we put this low. I promise you. Good looking, good bodied. All those things are good. Feet and legs are good. Young lady, you get here because the posture of her hip and her rear leg's not quite as attractive. Very, very good class. Congratulations to you.
And your Division I champion bred known junior heifer calf goes to entry at number 6, exhibited by Emerson Foster of Niles, Michigan. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 6 over in your Main-Anjou Fall Heifer Calf Division. Again, we're ready for Class 6 Main-Anjou females. These heifers' date of birth range from September 25th through October 8th of 2024. Again, now in the ring is Class 6 Main-Anjou females. And catching you up over in your Chianina female show, placings in Class 5 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 34, TSS Who's Looking Now, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 30, TSSC Sassy and Salty, exhibited by Anna Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. And third place in Class 5 goes to entry number 35, CFCCGG, exhibited by Emma Wagner of Morgantown, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 37, Campbell Jalen, exhibited by Brody Hansen of Lewisburg, West Virginia. And fifth place in Class 5 goes to entry number 39, exhibited by Tegan O'More of Rushville, Indiana. And sixth place goes to entry number 33, exhibited by Adrian Bryant of Fulton, Missouri. Please note, entry number 36 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 6 Chianina females.
Good effort here to go ahead and win this class. One that she has the furthest reaching pieces just in terms of stoutness of bone and foot and just body shape. She's not the most attractive in terms of top side of her neck or where it attaches up on top of her blade or even the base of her chest. And at times you want to talk about the posture of her hip. We could just pinch her top down and elevate her pins a shot. But of these cattle, she's the most genuine in terms of her width underneath. She's stouter in her foot and her bone work. The angle to her shoulder and her front knee is better than the better looking one right behind her. You watch the cattle go. She's way more genuine in terms of her rear hock and her squareness and how she utilizes it. Very well presented. Congratulations to you, young lady. Neat heifer to go ahead and start. Really long-necked, really high-tying, good-looking one comes next. Good in terms of some body shape right in the center of her in terms of round shape. Not maybe one that's just as deep as some in terms of in relation to the length of her her forearm and her cannon bone and just her elevation, if you will. But that thing is good looking. Her body shape is good. Hey, if we can change her in her rear hock and her front end and just free her up as she goes, she can be a class winner because her added look and the way she's built in the base of her chest is a shot more attractive than our class winner. But just need to change her in terms of both ends as she goes. Very well presented as well. Congratulations to you. Good solid cattle comes here in third. Very fundamental in terms of her build. We bring her in the bright lights and the green shavings. Maybe not quite that same kind of balanced look in terms of her hip and her rear leg. But young man, you've got one that's got some doability in her. Flexible, good class right there. Congratulations to all of you. once again, as we get to another division, congratulations to you young people. Very, very good. A little more challenging in terms of the cattle that came through the gate and how you prioritized them and some differences within them. But I think we get them back out here just in terms of relative quality. They all suit me very, very well. Once again, they don't look the same, but that's okay. I'm good with that. I think, like we've said earlier, we got to keep them very, very good in terms of their quality instead of making them fit in a box. So I think our champion is in that class was a little bit challenging for me. We've kind of gathered ourselves up and want to do some things a little different, and it becomes very logical in me for our division winner will be the young lady out of Class 1. She'll go ahead and win this division. You bet. We talked about her. For me, I'd love to stouten her from her underline down, but that is the most genuine. That is the broadest backed one in terms of having God-given width right out of the back of her blade and being square up there over her withers, still having a female look, round-bodied, lots and lots of quality there, young lady. Excellent job to you. I think for reserve, it gets really, really close, and you've got to pick them how you like them, and you do that. I used one in that class and beat some that had more horsepower just because of that look there and just her genuine ability to combine a good immature look with a good set of runners that got out and went. And we talked about her, and she does need more width, young lady, in terms of the base of her chest, and needs pride apart and right there in her forerib. But that look right there is very, very pleasing. Our last class winner, extra heavy duty in terms of horsepower, in terms of foot, bone, body shape, all those things are good. And with that comes with a shot more chest down low, comes with a shot more crest on the top side of her neck. Maybe at times you want to question the posture of her hip. I think at times we can do that to both of them. So it's very, very challenging here for reserve. You like them how you like them. Like we've said, I always go back to it. I've always told my kids, you know, classes, you got to get the ones you like out there. You get into divisions, you can sort them to what, navigate through that to what fits you a little better. I think even though one's build was so good, I'm going to gravitate to a stout one that's got tons of body shape. We don't have to question if that one can do that. Maybe she's a nickel plain, but young lady out of Class 2 will be reserved. Give them all a big round of applause. Good set of cattle.
And catching you up over in your Chianina female show, placings in Class 6 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 44, NAILE Nugget, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. And second place in Class 6 goes to entry number 41, PGC J-Boy Cross My Heart, exhibited by Claire Neva of Melrose, Iowa. Third place goes to entry number 42, TSSC Nirvana, exhibited by Jason Godin of Paris, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 6, and also congratulations to your champion early junior heifer calf, which will go to entry number 34, TSSC Who's Looking Now, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And also congratulations to your reserve early junior heifer calf, and that will go to entry number 44, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 7 Chianina females. These females' date of birth range from November 25th through November 17th of 2024. And catching you up over in your Main-Anjou show, your placings in Class 6 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 40, SNZSC WPL Tate McCrae, exhibited by Keegan Stack of Woodstock, Minnesota. And that heifer will also be your automatic Division II champion female. Congratulations. And second place in Class 6 and automatic reserve Division II champion will go to entry number 37, Keena GTC Katie, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And third place in Class 6 will go to entry number 38, MKR Miss Dakota Blue, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And also placings in Class 7 are as followed. And again, placings in Class 7 over in your Main-Anjou show. First place goes to entry number 42, RJG Miss Moonlight, exhibited by McClay Jennison of Hempin, Illinois. And second place in that class goes to entry number 41, DAES Miss Mabel, exhibited by Alex Steffi of Cloverdale, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 8 Main-Anjou heifers. Again, now in the ring is Class 8. These heifers' date of birth range from May 27th through May 2nd of 2024.
Good way to start a new division here. A little challenging as they come. Once again, we've got lots of variation. The one that suits me the best, the young lady has up front. She's the most genuine. Where she truly excels this top pair is just the posture of her hip, the way she's built on the top side of her hip. Her pins are elevated. They're a shot wider than the one right behind her. With that, she's as comfortable and flexible as we ask them to go as is the one right behind her. She's still attractive enough. She's bolder right in her forerib. She's stouter right up over withers. The length of her hip and the posture of her hip suits me a shot better than the one in second. You bet. I'd love to stouten her up in terms of her foot and her bone work and her ankle to make all that proportion and match that big old rib cage. Little stouter in terms of shape to her head. So if we could just proportion that a shot better, it becomes a very logical class winner for me. But very, very good. She's my speed. She still does it with quality. Good class winner in this particular division. A lot of you can gravitate to this one here in second. Awesome fresh hair coat. All those things are good. You watch the cattle go right away. There's just not as much cow there. She closes up in the base of her chest. She's not quite as genuine in terms of her front end structure and the way she goes. Get right into her. Need to change the top side of her hip. That one needs a shot more just true width when you get into her. Awesomely presented. Very good one there to be second. 3 and 4 are really close. You do them how you like them. I like the doability built in this one. I'm more comfortable with her rear leg and the way she's built there. A little more moderate, a little plainer, if you will, in terms of nose to tail. But I think just the basics, the females, this one suits me better. Rib cage is softer. She's better there. She's more comfortable in her top line. We do give up some bone and some extras in terms of the one right behind her. One right behind her, very good looking, extra heavy duty in terms of foot and bone work. Need to give that one a shot, more true shape right in the center of her. Need to make that one a nickel bit better in terms of her rear hock and her rear runners when she goes right away. High quality senior single entry here in this particular class. Very good looking, very high tying. One that comes to us pretty skinny, but with that still has some body shape to her. Really good in terms of just true flexibility and comfort. Hey, that one is as good as about any we've seen as we watch them go. We get into her a little deeper in a division here, but young lady, you've got one that's deadly in her look. Very good in terms of her mobility. You've presented her to a high level. Congratulations to you.
And catching you up over in your Chianina female show, placings in Class 7 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 47, PCC DKBF Dat Girl, exhibited by Canberra Cook of Clovis, California. And second place in Class 7 goes to entry number 49, JSUL Houdat Special, exhibited by Brooklyn Durberry of Olton, Texas. Third place goes to entry number 150, Armis, exhibited by Addison Ownby from Cleveland, Tennessee. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 48, FC Red Thunder, exhibited by Gavelina Sheets of Jefferson, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 8 in your Chianina female show goes to entry number 51, JSUL Primo Darling, 4724M, exhibited by Tristan Lindsay of Masonville, Iowa. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 9 Chianina females. These females' date of birth range from September 30th through September 4th of 2024. Again, entering the ring now is Class 9 Chianina females. And catching you up over in your Main-Anjou show, placings in Class 8 are as follows. First place in Class 8 and your Division 3 champion summer yearling heifer will go to entry number 43, TJSC So Sweet, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations. And second place in Class 8 will go to entry number 46, MCCF Mary Lou, exhibited by Jamie Hovland of York, Nebraska. And third place in Class 8 goes to entry number 51, DMW Dolly, exhibited by Jackson Stevens of Osgood, Indiana. Fourth place in Class 8 goes to entry number 47, BK Magic Maker, exhibited by Sydney Skinner of Waterford, Ohio. Fifth place in Class 8 will go to entry number 44, exhibited by Shan Roderfer of New Knoxville, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and please note entry number 48 was a scratch. And your Main-Anjou Reserve Division 3 champion summer yearling and automatic bred known champion will go to entry number 42, RJG Miss Moonlight, exhibited by Michaela Jensen of Hempin, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 9 Main-Anjou heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from April 19th through April 6th of 2024. Would also like to take this time to introduce your official photographer for this year's North American, Lindy's Livestock Photos. You can find all the photos here at the North American in Broadbent and Freedom Hall at lindysphotos.com. So please go check that out. They do a great job here at the North American. So any of the photos you would like to see and purchase, please go to lindysphotos.com.
Very challenging set of them here. Very well presented. Maybe the cattle aren't having the best trip for these young people, but they're all working hard.
My hat's off to them. The one you don't have to make many excuses for is the Baldy, and I'm going to tell you, she's not the trendiest in terms of modern day show heifers. To all you guys that want to think they've got to fit a box, maybe that one doesn't because of the shape of her head, because of one that's got a shot more forearm and one that's got a shot more shoulder when you get right down the point of it. After that, that's the most mobile one. That's the most correct built one in terms of her rear runners as she goes. She's the most genuine in terms of coming and going. You get into the cattle, the one in third, she's way better in her top line and the posture to her hip. The one right behind her underlying quality and her balance from her navel back up into her flank and the way she hinges and uses her rear leg, she's better than that one. So logical place. She doesn't fit the bill maybe for you guys looking for one that needs to set into a template. That's just the highest quality one in my mind. She needs to win pretty illogically. One here in second, mid-rib forward, very, very good. In terms of still got a nice look up front. She's square for one that's built like that in terms of her shoulder and laid in that neat. She's still square right up over her withers and still has some width there. All those things are good. She doesn't just genuinely balance and match from her navel back. Posture of her hip and her pin set and her tail set want to deviate and dump. When she does, she wants to be a little tender and timid in terms of her foot. We need to make her feet and her ankles just a shot bigger. But I'll tell you, presentation's incredible. Mid-rib forward, that one right there, you can really get into her. It's from her navel back is where we land second for this particular guy. You've done an awesome job, young lady. This one here in three, I wish we had a better trip of her today. And the way she's built when she doesn't want to go show, that maybe is a lot to her detriment because she gets to get a little soft in her spine. We need to stouten that one in her loin and give her just a shot more red meat right there, if you will, to where she can genuinely hold that up in there. But she's got a good body shape. She gets out and goes good. Very, very good class, very challenging. Congratulations to all of you. fun division here, and I think as we get them back out here, tons of variation and tons of difference within them, and we just had to navigate through it the best it suited me. We had a good class to start with, and we used one that she beat one that was a shot better looking and a shot higher tying because she was so bold right in the center of her body, and her forerib shape was a shot more genuine, just her true rib cage, and then we got into them. The posture of her hip was better and more genuine up there. All those things are good as we bring her back out here. Your question with that one is, when we dive into them, that one wants to run downhill just a nickel, if you will. And with that, a lot of cattle today do, and I guess that's okay, and that's where we can tolerate it. That one wants to open up in the base of her chest and spin out just a shot in terms of her front feet. Maybe not quite be as genuine up front there. She's one that we need to stouten her from her underline to the ground. Foot, bone, ankle, make all that proportion and fit that if we're going to bring them to town with a shot more condition on them with that kind of rib cage. For me, I just wish that's where we can get into her if she proportioned a shot better. Very high presented second was over there in that class. Good looking, wild looking, good mobile built one was a single entry in the middle, and that one's got tons of quality. We talked about her. She's skinny, and that's okay. That's not a quality trait. I tell my kids that all the time. Skinny's not a quality trait. Her genuine build is very, very good. High-necked, good looking, good bone work, gets out and goes. She's not as genuine right out of the back of her blade. She's just not truly as soft right in the center of her, if you will, but a very, very good one there. Then we got into a challenging class out of Class 3 that there was lots of differences in, and the baldies suit me very logically in terms of my speed, and I thought with that, she was the stoutest bone, biggest footed one that had the most dense shape in her, that was the most comfortable coming and going. So maybe when they don't fit that template or fit that true whatever silhouette you might think a show heifer needs to look like, for this old boy, when they're the biggest, boldest, stoutest ones at the ground that are the most flexible, that's still always going to be in style. That one's good looking up front. Her body shape is good right in the center of her. Her color throws her off. She wants to get just a little higher twisted, if you will, and maybe run up a shot more in terms of her flank. But I think it gets really, really close between a pair of them. She can get just a shot upright up front. Young ladies up front that's in condition can run downhill and want to open up and be a shot frailer. So I think those are the differences. I think it's a great division. We're going to stay pretty true to what I like. The young ladies baldy will be champion. One out of Class 1 will be reserve. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Good single entry here. Young lady's doing a very good job with. Huge round body in this one, very massive in terms of just true body shape. And with that, still does it with a unique look up front in terms of where that one's neck attaches on the top side of her blade, and all those things are good. We'd like to just make that one a shot more genuine as she goes right away and comes right to you in terms of her hock and how it actually hinges. But young lady, you presented one to the highest level. She's capably fed. She's capably presented, very well presented, very well shown. Congratulations to you. We'll get into her shot more in a bit. good pair here, and very, very neat one to go ahead and win this class. We just talked about it in that last division. She doesn't fit that template maybe of what people might think show heifer looks like, but or needs to, or maybe I'm the one that's confused and don't think they need to, which doesn't matter. I'm good with that. Hey, this one is very, very unique. Those are very far-reaching pieces in a very good presented package. That is one that, man, I'll tell you what, I'd trade my rental car to take that one home and breed on. I'm not telling you she's a show winner, but that thing is broad back, square hip, awesome in terms of her feet and legs, square when she goes, still for the way she's built with that much muscle, still really neat and unique on the top side of her crest and the bottom side of her jawline. Very, very good female right there. Unique in terms of her build, but very high quality. Long-bodied, really attractive one is here in second, young lady. You've done a good job presenting her. Very high neck. She's feet and legs are good. We need to change her in her hip and just square her up in her hip and her rear leg as she goes. But you've done an awesome job presenting one. It's got tons of quality. Good pair of cattle. Congratulations to both y'all. good division here as we get into them. Small in numbers, but good in quality. We had a single entry, awesome in terms of body shape, attractive up front in terms of where her neck attaches. Underline up, tons and tons of quality there. Need to square that one up genuinely from the point of her shoulder to the ground up front, and just let that one's hock actually open up and get out behind her tail and flex, and we do that, we can make that one better. But very, very good in terms of combining an awesome look with that kind of body shape, still having some bone and some horsepower. Then we got into a class of 2, and they were very good, and we'll take a minute and talk about this one, because this is very, very unique livestock. And a lot of places in modern day show heifer world, maybe we just call her too stout and we roll on. Hey, that right there is a very, very high quality animal that's taken tons of time to breed and make, because first thing is she's got tons of horsepower and tons of width. And with that, to be that stout in terms of her body shape, her muscularity, having that much width to her, she progressively runs uphill, okay? So when she does that not being straight-fronted, like a lot of maybe modern day ones we get into. The set to her shoulder, the set to her front knee, the width right between her in the base of her chest, the width all the way between her hocks as that one goes is incredible. Her length to hip is very, very good, and that's what makes her able to use her hock and utilize it the way she does. Very, very unique animal. I'm not telling you that's our show winner, but I'm telling you that one right there at my house, we'll check her one more time before we go to bed if we're making cattle out of her, because that one has got some pieces that are very, very, very hard to make in modern day times. So nonetheless, young man, you got my champion. She'll be champion this particular division. Young lady's second over there, good looking, good bodied. We need to change her hip, change her rear leg. So, but a very good one as well. Young lady out class 1 will be reserved. Give them all a big round of applause. Awesome division.
And recapping over in your Chianina female show, first place in class 10 goes to entry number 57, Macy Lady Monica, exhibited by Eden Ennis of Martinsville, Indiana. And first place and your champion summer yearling female goes to entry number 205, BMW Dolly, exhibited by Jackson Stevens of Osgood, Indiana. And second place in class 11 goes to entry number 156, WSCC Sammy, exhibited by Addison Ownby of Cleveland, Tennessee. And your reserve summer yearling female will go to entry number 57, exhibited by Eden Ennis of Martinsville, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And catching you up over in your Main-Anjou show, placings in Class 9 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 52, BCIISCMESNT Maya, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 54, CFFCC Candy Crush, exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place in Class 9 goes to entry number 55, BBR Majestic, exhibited by Haddon Dunca of Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry number 56, exhibited by Grant Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. Fifth place in Class 9 goes to entry number 53, exhibited by Grace Shute of Greensburg, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 10 over in your Main-Anjou female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 57, Carl Milley, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. And second place in Class 10 goes to entry number 60, MINN Mama Mia, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place in Class 10 goes to entry number 62, FX Marley, exhibited by Riley Short of Masonville, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 59, STECK Cambo, exhibited by Aubrey Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry number 63, exhibited by Hannah Yingsting of Sydney, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 11 Main-Anjou Junior Yearling Heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from February 25th through February 12th of 2024. And over in your Chianina female show, your heifers in the ring now is Class 12. Again, now in the ring is Class 12 Chianina females. These heifers' date of birth range from April 29th through April 8th of 2024. And placings in Class 11 over in your Main-Anjou female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 65, KINA GTC Monica, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 64, GDMN Lady May, exhibited by William Miller of Gridley, Illinois. Third place in that class goes to entry number 67, CFCC Peyton, exhibited by Kylie Pettigrew of Columbia City, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making their way in the ring will be the selection of your Division 4 Champion Junior Yearling Heifer. Again, the selection of your Division 4 Champion Junior Yearling Heifer over in your Main-Anjou female show.
Very good class here as we get them out here. And I think, in my mind, top pair assemble pretty quick for me, and big decision in 3 and 4 in my mind. And I think of the top pair, defining differences for me of which I like, and that lands the young lady first. We get into the cattle. She is the most broad and opened up one of the top pair, and with that, body shape is good. I like her compositionally, if you will, in terms of coming to us fairly fresh. And with that, I think a distinct advantage is just the width, the pin set, the stoutness up high, the stoutness of bone, and the way she actually can hinge her hock and put it out behind her tail. Now, she wants to get a shot lower tying, and at times wants to duck her head and a nickel harder to present, right, young lady? Wants to get just a little open there, and that's where our heifer in second excels. But 4-rib back, density, broad shape, square back, square withered, still balance is good, awesome rear leg. Her feet could be a shot bigger, but I'm good with it because her toe spread is incredible. When she sets it down, she opens her claws, sets it down, makes them bigger than the good Lord gave them to her, and that's able to make that be comfortable. Very good class winner right there. Awesome looking one here in second, and comes to us again compositionally correct. If that one's got enough true meat right down her top line and right in her loin, you can maybe make that challenging because her look is incredible. She just washed out a shot too much in her loin. She never actually opened her hock and stuck it behind her leg. She was soft at the ground, and she compensated for it, but I wished her hock worked a lot better. Very well presented top pair. This one here in third, hey, if she's your speed, you're going to use her to win the class. Right here is good looking, good high-necked, good-bodied, very good in terms of underlying qualities. Got a nice hip and a rear leg from the side. Here's my deal with her. We're going to make that one a shot bigger. We're going to bring her to us with a shot more condition on her. Hey, she's got to have a shot more horsepower for me. Got to have a shot more muscle. You watch the cattle go right away, shot empty right in the seat of her britches, not as genuinely stout, right out of her withers and right in her 4-rib. She comes to us hairy and in awesome shape, presented to the nines. We just got to open her up. If we're going to elevate her a shot more, just got to give her more true horsepower. If we're going to make her that way, that thing's body shape is good, still got a nice look, very, very highly presented. This one here in 4 is very good. I love her genuine width coming and going. She's as good as any that way. In terms of a width between her knees, in terms of squareness when she hits the ground, in terms of squareness in her hock, all those things are good. She's broad back. There's times we can put that one third, and I'm good with it. The posture of her hip gets in trouble sometimes. She wants to get up in her spine, dump her pins. That's how she lands there. I love her foot. I love her bone. Just need to change her up there in her spine and in her hip, but a good female right there in 4. Good heifer comes here next in terms of her look and her body shape. She gets out and goes good. Need to settle her spine down in her and raise that one in terms of where the top of her blade sits. Wants to run downhill, get a little lower time, but a good presented one there. Good stout one comes here next in terms of having a shot more width, being a shot more my kind, if you will. Just need to balance her better, need to strengthen her in her top line, young lady. We ask the cattle to go, tail heads up, spine comes down. We lose our balance, we do, when we get her parked. But that one on the stand, there's tons of good there. Good heifer comes next, a little more elevated, a little longer geared. Really attractive up front. She, too, like the one up there in 3, a little bigger in her stature, comes to us with a shot more condition. Need to give that one more true red meat. Need to just change her in terms of her rear hock. Moderate, big-bodied, stout bone one comes next. We run out of shape right in the center of us, young lady. Love her bone, love her width up high, just needs more shape there. She's still got a unique look. That one could be fun to breed on down the road. We just lose some balance and lose some softness in this particular class. Young man's done a good job. The big-bodied one that's got a nice look, she gets a little too straight up front, young man. Need to set her knees back in her, make her a shot more genuine there, but a good female in terms of body and look. Heavy-duty stout bone one comes next, really good in terms of her length. That one runs out of shape. In terms of her center body, need to change her rear leg. But very, very good class, very challenging. Congratulations to all you young people.
And over in your Main-Anjou show, your Division 4 champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 52, BC2 SCMESNT Maya, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve Division 4 junior yearling heifer champion goes to entry number 57, Carl Milley, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And over in your Main-Anjou show, we are ready to select your grand champion junior Main-Anjou heifer here at the North American. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion Main-Anjou heifer here at the North American. And over in your Chianina female show, catching up with Class 12, placings are as followed. First place and automatic champion late spring yearling female will go to entry number 68, TSSC TLLC Paris Hilton, who exhibited by Brecklin Bloomberg of Sector, Illinois. And second place in that class and automatic reserve late spring yearling female will go to entry number 61, JSUL Houdat 1 4205M, exhibited by Turner Longhair of Kellyville, Oklahoma. And third place in Class 12 goes to entry number 67, JSUL Wildcat, exhibited by Gemma Dorsey of Morrow, Illinois. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 74, BMW Ace, exhibited by Kendall Davis of Bowling Green, Ohio. Fifth place in Class 12 goes to entry number 71, exhibited by Harper Sanders of Gallipolis, Ohio. Sixth place goes to entry number 63, exhibited by Lux Gordon of Rushville, Indiana. Seventh place in that class goes to entry number 69, exhibited by Emma Van Ho of Catawba, North Carolina. Eighth place goes to entry number 70, exhibited by Anna Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. Ninth place in Class 12 goes to entry number 73, exhibited by Tanner Well of Butler, Kentucky. 10th place goes to entry number 64, exhibited by Mila Strand of Alger, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 12 and your late spring yearling champion and reserve. Now in the ring is Class 13 of your Chianina female show. Again, entering the ring now is Class 13 Chianina females. These heifers' date of birth range from March 15th through March 1st of 2024.
very good class over here in our key show. And this top pair, before we get into them, hey, if we could put them together, we'd be hooked up in the big hole in the right spot, because there's things this painted one does that are highly unique, and there's things that that one in second can do that are highly unique. But at the end of the day, we line them up. We've talked about it. The trip they have today from that gate to that gate, line them up in my mind in terms of quality. Maybe we're not going to use the stoutest one in this pair because we're not. But this one is so unique in the ability to hold her head and her pole that high above the top of her blade and maintain that kind of comfort in terms of her top line, in terms of the way she's built there. She does that in a very, very unique situation in terms of her composition, in terms of the way she's built in the base of her chest. The way her breastplate sits in her is a shot more attractive. You bet. I'd love to put this one's stoutness on the top side of her skeleton in our class winner. Then I think we'd be somewhere, because this is a broad back, square withered one that's good down her top line. Her posture of her hip on the stand is better than our class winner. Why she's second? She wants to dump her neck and turtle just a little bit, if you will, out of her front end. She wants to open a shot in terms of when she comes right at you. And the biggest thing was when we got them parked, I could never get her underline balance to run the right way. Everything wanted to funnel maybe a nickel bit the wrong direction towards her chest, and that's why we landed in second. Very well presented pair up on the top end. Tons and tons of differences within them. This one here on the stand can rival them, because she is the combination of both of them. She's higher tying than the one that was in second. She's broad back like the one that was second and got more horsepower than our class winner. Right there on the stand, that one can push them all. It's when we ask them to go, young lady. Need to redesign her hock and change her in terms of how she uses it. She, too, is not quite as coordinated. Wants to get a shot pigeon-toed, a shot awkward, and we lose a little bit of balance when we ask them to go. Very, very unique one there to take home and breed off of and do some things with. This one here in 4 is just good, solid, fundamental, good cattle right here. Very maternal in her look, awesome in her body shape. Young man's got her way along with calf. I commend you on that. With that, she's still held together pretty good, okay? We get her out here. She's not as genuine and open in her forerib and stout right up over her withers. She wants to get just a shot narrower in terms of the set to her pins back there, but very good in her look, good in her body shape. Feet and legs are fundamentally correct. You've done an excellent job. That's a very high-quality one to be proud of. Very good-looking one here and on the stand. We can run her up a couple spots from back here. She runs out of horsepower. We need to give that one more true width. We need to give her a shot more red meat when we get into her. Good-looking, good balance, capably fed, capably presented and shown. Very, very nice cattle right there to be this far down in a good class. Good cattle comes next, shot more immature in terms of her body, if you will, but I think as an individual it fits her in terms of one that has round body shape. She's got a good hip and a good rear leg, wants to run downhill a shot, wants to open up over the top of her blade, maybe just be just a notch more uncoordinated up front, if you will, in terms of how her neck sets and how she puts her front feet down, but a good female there. Big-bodied, fundamentally good kind of cattle comes next. Built-in durability in this one. Young lady, she'll make you an awesome cow. Bring her out here in this stage in her life. She gets a little plainer in her chest. She gets just a little softer in her top line. You've done an incredible job with one that's going to make you an awesome cow. Best of luck to you. Good-looking, strong-backed one comes next. Really good up high in terms of width and squareness. Need to soften her up a shot, young man. Need to change her in terms of her front end. She wants to get just a little tangled up as she comes right at you, but good-looking, stout up high, good kind of cattle. That's a very, very good class of cattle and a better set of young people. Congratulations to all of them.
And your grand champion Main-Anjou heifer here at the 2025 North American goes to entry number 52, BC2 SCM ESNT Maya, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Main-Anjou will go to entry number 40. Again, it will go to entry number 40, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and we'll now select your Bred known champion. And your champion bred and known Main-Anjou Heifer goes to entry number 42, RJG Miss Moonlight, exhibited by McClay Jensen of Hempin, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will be taking a short photo break over at the backdrop, and then we'll be moving into our main Angus show here in Broadbent with Class 12. Again, we'll be moving in with our main Angus Heifer show here in Broadbent after the conclusion of some photographs of your main champions. And placings in Class 3 over in your Chianina female show are as followed. First place, an automatic champion early spring yearling female goes to entry number 89, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. And second place, an automatic reserve early spring yearling female goes to entry number 87, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Carly Kennedy of Salmon, Ohio. And third place in that class of 13, it goes to entry number 85, Canes Sapphire, exhibited by Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 84, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Tanner Butcher of LaRue, Ohio. And fifth place in Class 13 goes to entry number 90, exhibited by Jenna Sketchel of Ottawa, Illinois. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 81, exhibited by Macy Stanley of Gelato, Ohio. And seventh place in Class 13 goes to entry number 82, exhibited by Addison Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. And eighth place goes to entry number 86, exhibited by Dickinson Fry of Independence, Iowa. And please note, entry number 83 was a scratch. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 14 Chianina females.
Very good class here, very, very competitive up on the top pair, and maybe as unique and contrasting up here on the top pair as we've had of two with tons and tons of quality. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty good. We talked about it earlier. I talked about maybe sometimes, one of the worst things is you go to a show is you end up third and you say, the guy says, or lady says, you're just not my kind, and we've talked about it. We start with quality and we go down. So with that, I think quality is very, very close on these two. So here's where you get to set your flag in the sand and maybe say this one's a shot more kind. Shape of her head, stoutness of her jaw, stoutness of her feet, and her bone work. Denser right out of the back of her blade in terms of square built right out of her top of her blade and her withers there. Very good in terms of her top line. I think what excels is just what we talked about. Stoutness of feature. She's more genuine in terms of her forerib, shot more genuine in terms of the posture of her hip up high. Now, does that one truly come just cracked apart wide enough, the base of her chest and her underpinning? Hey, this one in second, even though she is a shot frailer, that thing is wide and square when she goes right away. She's got a shot more true chest width when you get into her. So there's some trade-offs within them. But young lady, you're a class winner today for me. Very, very high quality one there. This one here in second is very, very good. In terms of when she hit the gate and she was going, I mean, you talk about hitting the gate doing 98 and could take off and go. She can do it. Flexible, and she does it good, and she can still maintain a good look of balance in terms of her head carriage and where she can attach it up there when she does motor flexible. Very, very good right in the center of her body. She's a shot more shapely right in the center of her cage than our class winner is. We talked about her. She's got a shot more width in her underpinning all the way through. After that, a little longer, frailer in her jaw and her nose, tells the story from her underline down in terms of her foot, her bone work, right up in her forerib. That's where we can stouten her up. That's a very, very high quality one, shown to the hilt. Very, very good pair up there on the top end. One here in third, long-bodied, really stout in terms of her bone work, really big in terms of her feet. All those things are good. She's got a real unique look, young man, in terms of how skinny she is up front with having that kind of shape. Need to balance her a shot better in her underline. Need to change her rear leg in terms of just an aesthetic standpoint when we put her into this particular setting. Lots of quality there. Young lady's done an excellent job with a good looking one that's extra long in terms of her length of body and length of hip. Need to soften her up, young lady. Give her a shot more true body. Need to square her up in her rear legs. But another good class. Great set of young people. Congratulations to all of you.
And placings in Class 14 over in your Chianina female show are as follows. First place goes to entry number 95, BMW Dolly, exhibited by Hadley Dunkla of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry number 94, K&E M&M, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Third place goes to entry number 91, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Fourth place goes to entry number 93, OMF Lucy, exhibited by Charlie Hardman of Baldwin, Georgia. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 15 Chianina females, and these females' date of birth range from January 30th through January 12th of 2024. Again, all you champion and reserve champions from today's show, don't forget we are projected to have our Supreme Drive at approximately 5:30 this evening in Freedom Hall. So please join us for that very excellent event this afternoon. Again, it's projected to be 5:30, but will eventually be after the conclusion of all breeds shows today. So please join us there in Freedom Hall approximately 5:30 this afternoon.
Good class here. Good pair of them up on the top end. And there's once again, there's a spot on both of them. And if this one was a little better, if our class winner was a shot better in terms of her rear hock and just her genuine squareness, hey, lights out. That's where we're going to go in this class. If the one here in second was a shot more coordinated in terms of her shoulder and her front end and how she can maintain balance when she goes, if we could do that to a higher degree, that one's a logical class winner. I say that they're both extremely good. You like them how you like them. This is the one that suits me. She's a lot like what we talked about, natural good head carriage that can cat around the ring with the top of her pole way above the top of her blade, and she does that with being the most correct of the pair in terms of her set to her shoulder, in terms of the set to her front knee, in terms of how she gets out and go. Combine that with being a shot more sensibly sized, a shot stouter in terms of her forerib, compositionally a shot better, but still has just as much body as an individual as the one right behind her. I think the true advantage is when we ask the cattle to go, just the ability for her head carriage to stay that high and her spine to be that comfortable and the build of her front end to be that good. Good class winner there. Very, very good one on the stand right here in terms of one that's awesome right in the center of her body. The posture of her hip and the top side of it is a shot better than our class winner, okay? She can get her head up and elevate when we get her parked. We ask the cattle to go. It just continually lowers as she does. When she does that, she wants to open in terms of her front end. She wants to get just a shot more uncoordinated there. Awesome right in the center of her body, good in the top side of her hip. She's not as genuinely stout in terms of foot, ankle, bone work as our class winner. Maybe doesn't transition quite as good in terms of the point of her chest all the way back to her underline, but awesomely presented, very, very high quality one there to be second. Good pair. You like them how you like them. That's how I saw them. Long, extended one comes here in third. Really good looking. One that's good in terms of her body shape and her stoutness when you get into her. She doesn't just fit together as seamlessly as our two in front of her in terms of down her top line. The way she hooks up over the top of her blade, right into her forerib. We could just open that one there. But that's a very, very high quality one that's got tons and tons of upside. Got a great rear leg. He uses it the right way. Young man's done an awesome job hanging in there with one that has got a lot of quality to her. Jet level down her top line, awesome hip and rear leg, and she can use it very, very good. We run out of true shape for one that's a little more elevated like that. We got just a shot more condition on her when you get right into her, but a good female there that's maybe not wanted to have her best trip. Really good looking, up-headed, attractive one that comes next. Jet level down her top, good out her hip. Her underlying quality, young lady, we could change her there. We could stouten her in terms of her foot and her ankle and her bone work. That's what gets us here. That's an awfully good one to be standing down here. Great set of cattle. Congratulations to all of you.
And placings in class number 15 over in your Chianina female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 97, J-Boy Susie Q, exhibited by Oakland Plump of Mitchell, South Dakota. Second place in that class goes to entry number 99, TSSC, Who's Gonna Play, exhibited by Hadlin Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 96, Press Golden Riches, exhibited by Taylor Jackson of Waukon, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 98, BMW Fry Lucy, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Fifth place goes to entry number 100, exhibited by Jace Reed of West Salem, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your champion junior yearling female.
Very good division as we get to the end of it here. Congratulations to all you young people. Awesome work. Very, very good in terms of the trips you all have had and the way you presented your project. I know we all want to be winners, but regardless of that, take that home with you. You've all fulfilled your goal in terms of presenting your animal at the highest ability. All four of you have definitely achieved that. We started a good class in this division. We talked about them. Stoutness of feature, head shape, and one that was just a shot denser and broader when you got into them. And in terms of the top side of her skeleton is what sorted a good pair. That female comes out here very, very mobile and very good in terms of one, like we talked. She's not the widest built in terms of her underpinning, but I love her true squareness she has up high. I love the strength she has right up over her withers and the way she can absolutely, her top line is assembled in her, and she can cat around this ring with her head up above her blade and her top line be comfortable and the hip and rear leg work the right way. Very, very good female. very, very good one that was second to her. Then we got into that last class, and two really unique cattle. One a shot more exotic, one a shot more maybe safe, if you will. But I chose to go with the one here. Very, very good looking, very stout in terms of like forearm and like width in terms of mid bone up. We talked about her just a shot. I'd love to square her rear hock and let it hinge just a shot better. In that class, I thought that was very, very acceptable because we had trade-offs amongst them. But nonetheless, she's way along in calf, setting and dice udder. Awesome in terms of her unique parts. The way she's built, very, very good second over there. So this has been a fun division. Pretty straightforward, logical winner to me is a young lady out of Class 1. She'll be your champion. I think we get into our reserve, it gets really, really close. And we talked about the one that was second to her. I'd love to change the shape of her head, and I'd love to stouten her in terms of her underline to the ground, just foot, ankle, bone, and a shot there in her forerib. But, we've talked about it all day. We get the ones out of our classes we can, and then we gravitate to where we need to be in our divisions. I think even though we can stouten that one, and for me, I'm pretty big on her head and pick on them probably harder than I need to at times. Her squareness is unmatched in the two left out here in terms of her width of chest, in terms of her squareness, in terms of the way she can extend her hock and actually put it out behind her tail, maintain squareness. She's second best in my mind. Young lady was second in the first class. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Good set of cattle, great set of young ladies.
And your champion junior yearling female over in your Chianina female show goes to entry number 95, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Congratulations. And your reserve junior yearling female will come out of the same class, entry number 94, K&E M&M 28M, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be ready to select your grand champion Chianina female here at the North American. Again, now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion Chianina female here at the 2025 North American. And back over in your Main Angus heifer show, now entering the ring is Class 12 Main Angus heifers. Again, entering the ring now is Class 12 Main Angus heifers. Would like to take this time to introduce your American Junior Chianina Association Board of Directors that work on the juniors' behalf all year long and have been helping us here in the ring. Would like to take this time to introduce them and say a word of thanks to them. We have Charlie Hazelrig, President of Missouri, Ellie Hurt, Vice President of Texas, Michaela McDonald, Secretary Treasurer from Georgia, Remy Earnhardt, Public Relations Director from Indiana, Quinn Whaley, At-Large Director from Iowa, Breck Boyce from Southwest Region Director from Texas, Mackenzie Klamowski, At-Large Director from Florida, Kasha Ray, At-Large Director from Texas, Kaylee Jennings, At-Large Director from Ohio, Barrett Evans, At-Large Director from Ohio, Mika Malone, Northeast Region Director from Kentucky, and Peyton Hurd, At-Large Director from Georgia. If you could join me in giving those folks a big round of applause for helping us out here in the ring on the Green Shavens. Would also like to take this time to introduce our American Chianina Association royalty here with us today. We have our queen, Miss Catherine Naber from Nebraska, and our princess, Miss Landry Warnock of Indiana. We do need that Angus class entry in the makeup ring over in Freedom Hall. And placings in Class 12 over in your main Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 9068, Cloburn's Annie LU, exhibited by Cabra Cook of Clovis, California. And second place goes to entry number 201, JPL Lucky Ladies Trust, exhibited by Jordan Chant of DeWitt, Michigan. And third place in that class goes to entry number 200, Daps Ruckles Honor, exhibited by Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making their way in the ring is Class 13 Main Angus heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from March 2nd through March 1st of 2025. And placings in Class 13 over in your main Angus female show. First place goes to entry number 203, BTLR TSSC First Lady, exhibited by Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. And second place in Class 13 goes to entry number 204, PRES Miley's Prime, exhibited by Barrett Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 14 Main Angus heifers.
As we wrap up this particular division in our key show, congratulate all these young people, not just the ones that made it back out here, but give them all a big round of applause. Truly incredible. You know, the coolest thing about it is we can describe and discuss, and we can talk about our livestock all we want. I mean, that's fine, and we can debate them, and you can tell me when we walked out of here you don't like any of them I used, and that's fine. I'm good with that. But I'll tell you what, there's absolutely nothing in America that we get to do that's any better than what we're doing right here, okay? And I'll promise you this. Sometimes I lose track of it as much as anybody, but I'll be gosh darn as honest as I can be for a minute. I'd rather stand 6 right out here in this ring than I would go do anything else in the world if I can do it with my family and the ones I love, okay? So let's not make it about a ribbon, okay? Let's, hey, it's important, and I'm going to do what I want to do and what I think needs to be done in my mind for me to go home and sleep good tonight. And that doesn't mean any of you got to agree with me. But my point is, if us as adults, and I'm as guilty as anybody, if we will hold our integrity to the same level that we hold the ability to present these animals at, hey, there's nobody in America that can touch us, okay? I promise you that. But we've got to do that in terms of adults, in terms of bystanders, in terms of judges, whatever. You hold your integrity at the highest level these kids present their projects at, I promise you, these kids will absolutely take us to the best place we could ever be in America or the world for that fact. So, hey, I'll tell you what, if you haven't figured it out by now, I'm pretty corny. I can talk about your kids for a long, long time. And at the end of the day, I'm going to use 2 I like, and I don't need anybody to agree with me, and I'm fine with that because I live with the very best family in America I can. I promise you that. And they don't agree with me ever. So I'm used to it. You're not going to offend me by any means. I think these cattle are extremely incredible when we get them back out here. I think there's a pair of them in terms of how good they are. There's a pair of them it comes down to, and we've talked about it, quality nose to tail. It's the way I've raised my kids. It's the way I've tried to walk through every day of life in terms of not making them all fit my bill. But when you get to that point where you can land on one that's absolutely your speed and you don't care if anybody else in this building thinks it or not, hey, that's a very, very good one in my mind. I think that's going to be our champion. I think our reserve's very, very good. So, hey, I'm going to tell you, she's probably not you guys' ideal show heifer. That young man right there with that orange one's winning today. That's a very good cow. For reserve, I think it gets close between some of them, and we talked about it, and not to go on, it's not about me, but I've never tried to be hypocritical in anything I do and tried to be open-minded, and we got cattle out here that are very, very high quality, and then when we get to this level, they could have a shot more muscle for me, or they could have a shot more of this, they could have a shot more of that. So you land on what you like, and you be good with it, and you be convicted in your ways, and anybody that knows me knows if you come to my house, that's what they look like, that's what my cows look like, that's what we try and do every day. And when you can combine one that is a shot shoulder backed with still length of hip that can be the absolute stoutest, broadest one, and her hind leg still works good, and she can still hold her head up above the top of her blade and be comfortable, hey, I'm not going to beat her just because she doesn't fit a template of a modern-day show heifer. So that's why our champion won. Our reserve is very, very good. I thought the pair was close. I just wish she had a shot more in terms of her width to chest, in terms of her true underpinning width. Awesome in terms of her feature, her mobility. Very well presented. Young lady out of the last division will be reserved. Give them all a big round of applause. You're a great set of young people.
And your grand champion, Chianina female here at the 2025 North American, will go to entry number 205, BMW Dolly 502M, exhibited by Jackson Stevens of Osgood, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, Chianina female, will go to entry number 95, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
good pair right here as we wrap up this particular division. Young man Scout 1, fundamentally correct and flexible in terms of how she goes, long-bodied, still maternal in terms of her kind, raising just a 30-day-old calf there that's doing a good job at this point. He's still thrifty looking, and she's still holding her shape. Nice pair of cattle, good pair of young people. Congratulations to both of you.
And your grand champion bred and owned Chianina female will go to entry number 1, WRA 48 Ace, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Congratulations to that exhibitor. And your reserve grand champion bred and owned Chianina female will go to entry number 44, MIL Nugget, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those bred and owned exhibitors. And first place in Class 16 Chianina cow-calf pairs and automatic grand champion cow-calf pair here at the North American will go to entry number 103, Ardridge Luna, exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Brodhead, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will be taking a short picture break of your Chianina champions, and then we'll be moving into our ChiAngus female show here in Broadbent. Again, we'll take a short picture break and then be moving into Class 17 ChiAngus females. And placings in Class 14 over in your main Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 209, TCJ Buttons, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And second place in Class 14 goes to entry number 210, Dice Miss Deborah, exhibited by Brigham Yardy of Garrett, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 206 SFFC Hunt Blackcap, exhibited by Gray Schutz of Greensburg, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 211 CGRG 803F Flower, exhibited by Clay Green of Hodgensville, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 15 in your Main Angus show goes to entry number 212 BOAK RJ Lizzo, exhibited by Oakley Plump of Mitchell, South Dakota. And second place goes to entry number 213, Folk RJ Queen, exhibited by Riz Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be selecting your Main Angus Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf. And your Main Angus Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf will go to entry number 212, Pogue J.R. Lizzo, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. And your Reserve Division Champion will go to entry number 213, Pogue R.J. Queen, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And your Bred Known Automatic Champion will also go to 212, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 16 Main Angus females. Again, we're ready for Class 16 Main Angus females. And first place in Class 16 in your Main Angus female show goes to entry number 214, MINN My Oh My, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Congratulations. And now entering is Class 17 in your Main Angus female show. Again, entering now is Class 17 Main Angus females. Would like to take this time to introduce your Main-Anjou junior board helping us out here in the green shavings today. We do have Carly Scheinfeld from Florida, Kendall Linhard from Indiana, Kelton Arthur from Oklahoma, and Emma Yoakum from Ohio. We do appreciate all their help here in the ring with us today here on the green shavings. We also want to introduce our Main-Anjou queen, Miss Emma McLean from Oklahoma, and our princesses here with us today, Miss Hadley Brown from Iowa and Allie Enlow from Oklahoma. If you could join me in giving all these folks a big round of applause for helping us here on the green shavings. Again, we would like to take this time to introduce our live coverage here in the North American. We are being broadcast live on the internet by Ringside Live. If you have anybody there at home that could not make it out to the North American here this year, they are more than welcome to tune in there at Ringside Live and watch the shows here in Louisville, Kentucky this week. So if you do, tell them to log in there in Ringside Live. We sure do appreciate those folks here being with us here today. And first place in Class 17 over in your Main Angus female show goes to entry at number 216, J. Last Queen Ruth, exhibited by Grayson Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. And second place in that class goes to entry number 215, Cohen's Annie, exhibited by Harper Henry of Anglo, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your Main Angus Division II champion fall heifer calf. And we are ready for Class 17 ChiAngus females. Again, we're ready for Class 17 ChiAngus females here in Broadbent Arena.
Good way to get our ChiAngus show started here. Good pair of young heifer calves. Both young people doing an awesome job. Very striking look of quality in our class winner in terms of a high tying one that when she wants to settle down and get stuck, she is jet level down her top line. Still balances good. Her underlying quality just combined with her stoutness of bone and foot and feature with where her neck's attached to the top of her blade. Very logical class winner in my mind. Lots and lots of upside in that one going forward. Congratulations to you. Awesome bodied one. Very good in terms of very practical, one they can take home and make an awesome cow. There's built-in doability there. She is a shot stouter in terms of the top side of her skeleton, in terms of width out of her blade, in terms of width of pin set than our class winner. Gets a nickel planer, if you will, up front. Not quite as coordinated in terms of her rear leg as she goes. Very high quality pair right there. Good way to start our show off.
And first place in Class 17 over in your ChiAngus female show goes to entry number 143, HR Phantom 602N, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Congratulations. And second place in that class will go to entry number 144, RSRS Bucket of Diamonds, exhibited by Esley Knoll of Lafayette, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 18 ChiAngus females.
Good single entry here, underlying up, tons of quality. Very good in terms of her look up front. Very good in terms of her body shape. And with that, she's got some width down in the base of her chest, and beautiful in terms of how she opens out of the back of her blade, and how square and stout she is up high. All those things are very good, young man. You've got an awfully nice project here. We could change her just a nickel in terms of her rear leg and square her hock up as she goes away. Let it hinge just a nickel different. You've done an awesome job presenting one that's got tons of quality. You'll have tons of fun with her. Congratulations to you.
And first place in Class 18, ChiAngus females, goes to entry number 160, SRR Miss Sally, 5519N, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your champion late junior heifer calf champion. And over in your Main Angus Division 2, your Division 2 champion fall heifer will go to entry number 214, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. And your reserve Division 2 champion will go to entry number 216, exhibited by Grayson Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Now in the ring is Class 18 Main Angus Summer Yearling heifers.
Good division here as we get to the end of our first one here in our ChiAngus show. All three of these young people, excellent job. Very high quality animals, and you guys have done an excellent job presenting them. We started with a bang with a good pair in Class 1. Very attractive, very good balanced one. Good in terms of her stoutness and her bone work. She's the most genuine in terms of her build, even though we could rock her back in her knee just a nickel and square that one and when we get into them right up in her pin set. But you talk about a broad-backed one that comes to us skinny, that's got a good look, balance is good underneath, and she is without a doubt the best in terms of her runners and the way she's built. In terms of coming and going, all those things are good. Young lady was second in that class, nickel planer like we talked about, blade to nose, but after that, big round bodied, awesome in terms of her squareness up high, stout. We talked about her rear leg. It's very, very usable. Maybe in the bright lights and the green shavings, aesthetically, we could tweak her hock just a nickel, make it a shot more attractive in terms of how she pushes off of it, but a very, very high quality one there. Young man that won the last class, really good looking, hip forward, lots of quality there. He's got some body, got some width. Need to change that one in her hip and her pin set and her rear leg when she goes right away. So logical division winners, young man out of Class 1. I think reserve gets very, very close, but I'm going to stay with the one shot more genuine coming and going, shot more doability built in her. Young lady that was second will be reserved. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Very good single entry as we get into our ChiAngus show here in the falls or the older calf division. Awesome in terms of a rib cage, very good in terms of a round bodied one that's square built up high and still gives you an attractive enough look. You like the front end structure and build of that one set to her shoulder, and the way she is there for one that ties naturally a little lower than maybe ideal, but awesome in her rib cage, built into ability. She combines muscularity, still in a maternal look. Very, very good kind of female young lady. You've done an awesome job presenting. Congratulations to you.
And catching you up over in your ChiAngus female show, your champion late junior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 143, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. And your reserve late junior heifer calf will go to entry number 144, exhibited by Esley Noah of Lafayette, Indiana. And first place in class 19 goes to entry number 146, Ben Finessa's Asa, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Congratulations. Now in the ring is class 20 ChiAngus females. And placings in Class 18 Main-Anjou females are as followed. First place goes in entry 221 LDSC Black Cap 486M, exhibited by Asher Short of Masonville, Iowa. And second place in that class goes entry number 219 JLAS WEIS Queen Ruth, exhibited by Kate Rader of Aldo, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And those entries will be automatic champion, Division III champion, and reserve champion. Now entering the ring is Class 19, Main-Anjou Late Spring Yearling Heifers.
Good pair of cattle out here. Good pair of young ladies doing a good job as well. Challenging pair because I think when we get into them, we can change them both in terms of the rear leg and how they motor and they go and just tweak them a little there. So after that, I guess the black heifer up front, the young lady's heifer, just her body shape and just her center shape and the way that one's built on the top side of her crest and down through the base of her throat and her jawline, she suits me better. You bet we need to square her up and change her as she goes, but we talked about that. I think we can do that in both of them. She's a little tidier down in terms of her chest. Her breastplate is elevated in her, is shot more. She's a shot more refined up on the top side of her neck. Combine that with being the boldest right in the center of her body. Nice class winner right there. This one here in second, I like her bone. I prefer her bone and her length of step a shot better than I do our class winner. But with a little more chest and a little more throat and the way that one's built in terms of the shape to her head, I just couldn't get her to balance quite as good when we got them parked as our class winner. But young lady, you've got one that balances pretty solid from her forerib back and her underline. That's good. She's got some width. She's got some body shape. I do like her bone. Just need to change her rear leg and how she goes. Very, very good pair right there. Congratulations to both of you. good division here as we get to the end of it, our ChiAngus show, and I think all three of them come with some quality. And before we get into them, I think we could change them all just a nickel in terms of their rear feet and the way they set them down. But after that, there's a logical class winner just in terms of just presentation, in terms of genuine build, and the way that one is right in the center of her cage, and the length of hip and the posture of her hip. Second to none in this particular division. Young lady out of the first class will be your champion. Young lady out of class 2 will be reserved. Give them a round of applause. Good set of cattle, good set of young ladies.
And placings in Class 19 over in your main Angus show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 222, Cohen's Contesta, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 228, TJSC Phyllis, 400M, exhibited by Colin Frederick of Napoleon, Ohio. And third place in that class goes entry number 224, Campbell Go Queen, 2401M, exhibited by Whitley Emmering of South Vienna, Ohio. And fourth place goes entry number 223, LNGE TSSC Moxie's All, exhibited by Eva Innens of Martinsville, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 20 Main Angus females.
Very good single entry here. Young ladies presented her absolutely to the highest degree. With that, underline up, lots of good in that female. Awesome right in the center of her body, and the true shape she has for the condition she comes in is very, very impressive. With that, still good and square out her hip. Good in terms of having some genuine width when you get up high. Still attractive enough up front. Wants to get just a shot upright in terms of her front end, in terms of where she maybe is in terms of her knee and her front end build. One that we could just change a nickel in her hock as well as that one goes. But very, very high quality animal. Presented very well. Congratulations to you. Another very high quality senior single entry here. One that maybe doesn't come to us just as far out there in terms of just hair quality or some extras. But young man, that's a very, very good female. Very basic in her build. Very good in terms of her runners. Maintains squareness. Has some doability built into her. Very maternal in her kind. Her build is very genuine. Very, very good female in terms of one that can just do a lot of things right and be very fundamentally correct. We'll get into her a little bit more at the end of the day, but a very good female, young man. You've done a good job with. Congratulations to you.
And catching you up over in your ChiAngus female show, first place in Class 20 goes entry number 148, FLN Nelly, exhibited by Macy Clark Ledford of Franklin, North Carolina. Second place in Class 20 goes entry number 149, Sex CTR RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevens of Terre Haute, Indiana. And your champion early junior heifer calf will go to entry number 146, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. And your reserve division junior heifer calf will go to entry number 148, exhibited by Macy Clark Ledford of Franklin, North Carolina. And first place in Class 21 in automatic champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 152, Ardridge Jasmine, 2454, exhibited by Kat Branscombe of Nancy, Kentucky. And first place in Class 22 in automatic division champion goes to entry number 155, Cord Diamond 402M, exhibited by Dustin Branner Jr. of Savannah, Georgia. Congratulations.
Another single entry, very, very high quality. One young man's brought to town and done an awesome job doing that. Beautifully presented and past that, very high quality. Good looking, good in terms of her body shape, very maternal, gets out and goes. She still maintains squareness. She has some width to her. We'll get into her shot more, but young man, you've got a very nice one you've done an excellent job with. Congratulations to you.
And first place in Class 23 over in your ChiAngus female show, an automatic champion late spring yearling female goes to entry number 157, Cord Diamond 403M, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 24 ChiAngus females. And placings in Class 20 over in your main Angus show goes first place goes entry number 229, CPC My Maria, exhibited by Kaylee Hoker of Charlotte, Iowa. And second place in that class goes entry number 230, KRE Lady Kate, exhibited by Colby Campbell of Chandlersville, Ohio. And third place goes entry number 231, Seldom Rest Bardot, exhibited by Cameron Mix of Clover, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 21 Main Angus Junior Yearling Heifers to enter the ring.
Very good pair here as we get into them. Completely different in terms of their type and kind. And with that, I think in my mind, we need to start with the young lady up front here. She suits me the best in terms of she's the bolder-bodied one that's a shot broader and squarer out of the back of her blade and really good down her top line. She's got a shot more genuine width when you get into her underpinning. With that, she's stouter in her bone work. We asked the cattle to go. She maintains a shot better look of balance for me in terms of her underlying quality, in terms of the base of her heart and the base of her forerib, the way that's set in there. Even though she does have just a shot of chest out front, forerib back is very, very good. She does that with some width, very well presented. Congratulations to you. This one here in seconds, very unique, and I commend these folks at keeping this one in this kind of rig. I mean, that one is very, very spot on in terms of what I would call ideal in terms of condition for a show heifer. With that, still has a nice look. I think we get into them. She's very good right in the center of her body. She's good in terms of her hip and her posture of her hip. She's a notch better in terms of her tailhead set than our class winner. We land in second because we get a little more upright up front. We get just a little frailer in her bone, and I can't get her to balance quite as good in terms of her underline from the base of her chest back up into her flank. But two very, very high-quality animals right there. Both you young ladies ought to be very, very impressed with the job you've done. Congratulations to both of you. Very high quality pair as we get into them. And I think with that, one that suits me pretty well in terms of you talk about one that's kind of built for speed and can get out and go. Even though she is a nickel upright up front, that thing can still pick them up and get out and get after it and go, and still got a good look up front. Center body's very good in that one for one that comes compositionally correct. All those things are good. She's still got enough strength up high, still beautiful in terms of where her neck attaches on the top side of her blade. You bet, not to be that guy, but hey, we can't change them. I'd love to give her just a shot more when you get right in behind her in terms of width as that one runs right away, and just a shot more right in the seat of her britches if we could. But that thing is deadly in her look, built for speed, gets out and goes. Very, very well presented. Good class winner right there. Good Heifer comes here in second, and this one is a shot stouter and a shot wider and more genuine when they go right away. We just don't have that same look and balance, young man. But that thing is moderate. She's big round cage in her. Her doability is good. She's not quite as coordinated in terms of up off her front end. She wants to let her neck and her headset settle when we ask her to go and not maintain that same look of balance. Good pair right there. Congratulations to you.
And over in your ChiAngus show placings in Class 24 and automatic early spring yearling champion female, we'll go to entry number 158, Hig Kelly 403M, exhibited by Tegan Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And champion will go to entry number 159, EGY Mandy's Encore, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. And second place and reserve will go to entry number 158, exhibited by Tegan Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And placings in Class 25, first place goes to entry number 163, EGY Diamond Queen, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of Lewisburg, Ohio. And second place in Class 25 goes to entry number 162, KCH Kiki, exhibited by Cole Langston of Huntington, Indiana. Now in the ring is Class 26 ChiAngus females.
Good class here. Three good young people doing an awesome job. Logical class winner in my mind. A very good female here wins this class. Good looking. one that's balance is incredible in terms on the go. And she's a shot stouter in terms of her foot and her ankle and her bone work, and maybe a couple we've seen to this point, but everything fits. Even though we've got a little chest down low, she still opens good in her forerib. She still balances pretty well. I guess if you wanted to get ultra critical of this one, at times we could just stout her right up in the top side of her hip and her pin set. She'll want to just deviate just a nickel in terms of if she wants to stop and you tug on her. But awesome in terms of her presentation. She's got a nice big stout forearm, matches her head, still has a maternal look. She's got the very best set of runners in this particular class. Combines that with a shot more foot and bone presentation out of this world. Congratulations to you, young lady. 2 and 3 get real close, and you do it how you like it. And I think there's trade-offs amongst them. And young man's Heifer here in second. She's a nickel 2 upright up front. She's got a shot more chest, but she's more genuine from the top of her blade all the way back to her pin set, and that's where we land in second, okay? She's broader and squarer out of the back of her blade. She's better in terms of how she opens in the shape of her forerib than the better-haired one that's right behind you. She's still genuine and square up high. Her hip and her tail head sets in her right. I wish she'd loosen her up here in her hip and let her leg hinge just a shot better. Hey, if we do that, then it's not even close. But I think a very, very good one there. You get to be second because of the way you're built up high in terms of stoutness, in terms of body shape, in terms of just that extra density you have. Awesome work all day today, young man. You've been out here quite a bit. You've done an excellent job. Very well presented one comes here in third. Beautiful in her hair coat, still attractive enough up high. Awesome right in the center of her body. Just need to stouten her up high for me. She gets a little washed out right up over her withers and in her forerib. Just need to open that thing, widen that one in terms of where her pin's set into her body. But a very, very good one to be third. Awesome class. Great set of young people. Congratulations to you. Good division here, very, very competitive and lots of fun as you get into them in terms of just sheer quality. It's very, very good. And I'll tell you, the first class was good, and we probably haven't had 6 or 7 in this particular division. But if we had these 2 class winners out here in the seconds, you'd think we could have had 50, 60 in this division because these things are good. When you bear down on them and get into them, they're very, very good. We talked about our first class winner. Beautiful in terms of her look up front, very attractive, very high tying, and does that in terms of, I'm going to call her very ideal in terms of set to her shoulder. We get a little forward in her knee at times. That's where we can maybe change that. And I think that comes from being a shot more closed up, not necessarily our shoulder set being wrong. We just need a shot more width to where we could get them out on the corners. But that thing is awesome in her balance, gets out and goes, got a good rear leg, and uses it the right way. A very, very attractive female, very well presented. That one that was second was very good in terms of maternal look. Doability built into her, just didn't have quite the extras as our class winner. Then we got into that second class, and we had a very, very good class winner. We talked about very unique in terms of her look, in terms of combining a shot more horsepower when still being so maternal and so soft, and that one is long muscled to having a shot more in this particular setting, but it's still smooth, laid on her very, very correctly. She's the most genuine in terms of her front end structure, her front knee, and the way she goes. So I think it's very, very good pair right here. Logical division winner for me. She is my speed of 2 very, very quality ones. Young lady out of class 2 will be your champion. Young lady out of class 1 will be reserved. Give them a round of applause. Good pair of cattle.
And your main Angus Division 4 champion spring yearling heifer will go to entry number 222, Conway's Contesta, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. Congratulations. And over in your ChiAngus female show, your champion junior yearling female will go to entry number 165, BMW Why Not 125M, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. And your reserve junior yearling female will go to entry number 163, EGY Diamond Queen, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of Lewisburg, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion ChiAngus female here at the North American.
As we get to the end here, let's congratulate all these young people. This is an awesome set of cattle, and like we said, throw that out the window if you want. This has been a fun set of kids to visit with and to talk to, and one of the coolest things happened in this particular deal, and we'll talk about it for a minute. I'm kind of on the cuff kind of guy, heart on my sleeve. No elephant in the room for sure, and we're gonna talk on it because I'll tell you it needs to be talked on for a minute because I got to witness it out here in this particular setup, and maybe you all didn't, but let's just talk about these two young ladies right here for just a second, okay? Hey, I want to tell you what. They both got high quality ones. They were both in that particular division. And I mean, they're buddies, okay? And that comes first. And they're rooting each other on and they're grinning at each other. Hey, that right there is very, very monumental, okay? To be competitive at the highest level with your heart leading it all, okay? Does that make sense? We kind of miss that a little bit, and we live in a world where they tell us maybe we're not supposed to be competitive. You're doggone right we're supposed to be competitive. Every day we get up and put our boots on, you need to bust that door open and go out and do the very best you can, but you need to do it. We got to do it as good people. And I watched you two that are way along in your career, okay? I'm not very good at guessing ages, but I'm going to tell you, you're just in your first years, both of you, okay? We're getting up towards the end, and right here, that young lady over there that was reserved to you in that division was just as happy as you were for winning it. That right there is what we truly do this for. That is what is special. My hat's off to you. Awesome, awesome deal. I wasn't picking on you. We were talking about it because I thought it was one of the coolest things I'd witnessed today. Back to the cattle. They're very, very good. We started good. We had some small divisions, but you go down this lineup, they are good. I'll tell you, there's good quality livestock all the way through. Everybody that brought one came and tried to do their very best in terms of their presentation, in terms of the job they've done. My hat's off to you. I think we get them back out here. I've described them absolutely to the best of my ability, whether you own them or I own them, and that's all I can do. So we get them back out here. There's probably no secrets. I looked at a pair of them pretty hard, and one of them had to win for that pair to be relevant. I think there's a logical winner for me. I think she's straight up my speed, the highest in terms of her quality. She's my kind. She's the kind I can get behind in terms of her balance, her look. Everything does it in proportions the right way. She's the best in terms of her underpinning width. Her runners are good. She's square, good in terms of her bone work, awesomely presented. Young lady, you got her. She'll be your champion in this particular division. I think for reserve, it gets really, really close, and it gets close because the two that are in contention are nothing alike, okay? One's a shot more cow. One's a shot better looking, a shot better in terms of the way she's dissembled down her top line in terms of just balance. So you get into them, and I think you've got to make your decisions of where your priorities lie. And I'll tell you what, I can't waver from it. I'm always a guy that likes them with a shot more width. And I like them with a shot more chest width and a shot more all the way through. And when they can do that and still motor good, even though our reserve's going to not be quite as dead set sexy as another one, she's got shot more chest. We could clean her up around her tail head. We could do some things there to make that one a shot better. She fits me better of a high-quality pair. Young man right there will be reserved. Let's give them all a great big round of applause. Awesome set of young people.
And your grand champion ChiAngus female here at the 2025 North American will go to entry number 165, BM Why Not, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion ChiAngus female will go to entry number 157, Core Diamond 403M, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those ChiAngus exhibitors. And over in your Main Angus side, your Reserve Division 4 champion Spring Yearling Heifer will go to entry number 235, Poke Queen M240, exhibited by Carter Corgay of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're now ready to select your grand champion Main Angus Heifer here in Broadbent Arena. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion Main Angus Heifer.
As we finish up our ChiAngus show real quick before Blaine gets into it, very, very good. And you bred and owned young people, that's what these projects are about. Get a nice one, start with it, take them home, work hard, learn the production side of agriculture, because I'll tell you what, the highs and lows of that will take you so many places in terms of hitting your goal or not, and where it'll take you in life, whether you stay in agriculture or not. This right here will be very, very, very beneficial. I'm very proud of all you with your bred and owned. You'll be our champion in this particular division. Young lady up front will be reserved. Let's give them an awesome round of applause.
And your grand champion bred-owned ChiAngus female will go to entry number Again, your grand champion bred-owned ChiAngus female will go to entry number 159, EGY Mandy's Encore, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion bred-owned female will go to entry number 146, Ben Finesse's Aza, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those ChiAngus exhibitors. We will take a short photo break, and then we'll be moving on to Class 27 Chi-Composite females. Again, we will take a short photo break, and then we'll move on to Class 27 Chi-Composite females. And your grand champion, Main Angus Heifer here at the North American, goes to entry number 221, LDSC Black Cap 486M, exhibited by Asher Short of Masonville, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion will go to entry number 214, Mini My Oh My, exhibited by Avery Saez of Coal Valley, Illinois. Congratulations to those Main Angus exhibitors. We will now be selecting your grand champion, bred known Main Angus Heifer. Again, we are taking a short photo break at the backdrop, and then we'll be ready for Class 22 maintainer heifers and Class 27 Chi-Composite females. And placings in Class 22 over in your maintainer heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 197, BJSC Take McRae, exhibited by Greta Watterson of West Columbia, West Virginia. Second place goes to entry number 82, WRA 48 Ace, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 84, RFL Lucky Charm, exhibited by Reagan Furries of Whiteland, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 88, BMP Pinky Promise, exhibited by Mia K. Shelton of Rockport, Indiana. Fifth place goes to entry number 86, exhibited by Kirsten Butcher of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Sixth place goes to entry number 87, exhibited by Taylor Perrin of Felicity, Ohio. And seventh place goes to entry number 85, exhibited by Taylor Poff of Chardon, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
Good way to start our next division, and probably as deep a class as we've had and as challenging of class as we've had, especially when you get up here on the top three. If we could just make our class winners rump just a little better in terms of her hip and the top side of it and the posture of it, slam dunk winner for me. If this one here that's in second, if we could stouten her jaw and make that one a shot stouter there and then make her a shot more genuine as she comes and goes in terms of square her up in her knee, square her up at her hock, you bet. That one's skinny, but that's high quality animal. She can win. If the one right here in third, if you can, we're not done yet, young ladies. If this one here, if you can handle one that's just a little straighter up front and just a little tighter in the top side of her hip, she compensates in terms of at the ground, but she can win. So it gets really challenging. Ultimately, so the one that left that suits me the best is the stoutest bone one, the biggest footed one that opens them up when she sets them down. She's the most correct in terms of the set to her shoulder and her front knee. You bet. I'd love to fix the posture of her hip up high. At times, she wants to dump her pins and throw her balanced look off. If we can change that, slam dunk, she wins pretty fast and furious. That's where I guess it took me a minute trying to get the right look to make her hip look like I was okay with it. The little skinny one that was second that already left, we talked about her. She needs to be stouter in the base of her jaw. She needs to be square as she comes, square as she goes. If you can do that, her build, her top line, her hip, the way she's set together in terms of forerib back into her flank for a very, very skinny one, hey, that one's very, very high quality. And then we got one that still stands out here. On the stand, this can be our class winner. High-necked. She's the best bodied of the three in terms of just sheer rib cage and underlying balance. You bet. To me, she gets a shot frailer in terms of her bone work and her feet. Watch her take a step. She gets just a shot straighter up front. I'd love to set her back in her knee. I'd love for that one to just be looser right up here in her hip. She compensates because she's soft at the ground, but she never really extends her hock and opens it like a joint's supposed to. If she could do that, she's a logical class winner. So very, very challenging up on the top end. That's how I saw them. All three of them awesomely presented. Congratulations to you. Good heifer right here. Big-bodied, square-built, good-looking. Need to change her rear leg. Just need to square it up as she goes, but a very, very good presented one, young man. You've done an awesome job. This one here wants to be really, really good, and if her front end will stay in her, that one's got far-reaching pieces. Jet level down her top line, big broad back in that one, nice rear leg, all those things are good. She, too, gets a little longer nosed and a little longer faced for me. With that, gets a shot more upright up front. Young lady, if we can keep that in her, hey, her body shape is good. Her density up high is good. Her rear leg is good. Lots and lots of upside there. Really good looking one comes next. High-necked, high tying, really jet level down her top line. Very high quality. And this is a very, very deep class. And I mean that with this particular setting today, we need to soften that one up right in the center of her body, young lady. You've got the basics are all covered. If that one will continue to soften right in the center of her body, everything else is very good. Her look is good. Her hip is good. Her rear leg is good. We can rock her back in her knee, but if that one will continue to just soften in the center of her, hey, that one will run right up in that class. But, hey, I've never been one to try and project them. I guess to me it's what I see today, and that's the way we're going to do it. Very, very high quality heifer right there. Next pair get really, really close. You pick them how you like them. I'm more comfortable with just the top line and just the balance of this one right here. A little more moderate or kind, a little rounder built on both ends, a little quicker, if you will, in terms of her maturity pattern. but that thing is jet level down her top line. She's awesome right in the center of her cage. Wants to elevate her tail head, maybe not have that same look of balance those others. This one that comes next, very, very good. And if she'll ever want to give you that look, she can go up a spot. But most of the time, she's wanting to dump her head, and her top line comes up, and this just isn't her day. But your heifer's very, very good. Her body shape is good. Length of hip is good. She's got a good rear leg. She gets a little plainer up front. And when she doesn't want to just cock off and do it, then she wants to elevate in her top line and show us that we need to fix her in her foreribs. So a lot of it on hers. Her trip, young lady, her quality is better than that in a very good class, but that's the way we see them. Congratulations to all of you.
And placings in class number 27 over in your Chi-Composite female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 172, TSSC ETL Playing Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Cragen of Martinsville, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 170, HFC Lucy, exhibited by Brianna Fox of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 174, BC2 Sunny, 21N, exhibited by Riley Moon of Comer, Georgia. And fourth place goes to entry number 169, SNS Trading Places, exhibited by Luke Short of Taylorsville, Illinois. And fifth place goes to entry number 171, exhibited by Avery Winshire of Tarflaga, Indiana. Sixth place goes to entry number 10, exhibited by Josie Ritter of Beamer, Nebraska. And seventh place goes to entry number 167, exhibited by Elizabeth Bach of Hicksville, Ohio. Eighth place in that class goes to entry number 175, exhibited by Lizzie Schaefer of Oaken, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for class 28 Chi-Composite females. Their date of birth ranges from March 8th through March 6th of 2025.
Good single entry here, very, very well presented. Young lady's got a nice female. Underline up, very, very good. Good looking up front, extra good in terms of the width she has right out of the back of her blade. Length of hip is very good, and she's good out through her hip and her tail head. She still has body shape. We could get into her and change her structurally a little bit, and we'll talk about that more in the division. But young lady, you've got a very nice female you've done an excellent job with. Congratulations to you.
And first place in class 28 goes to entry number 25, CLS First Class Lady, exhibited by Catherine Schwartz of Kenton, Ohio. Please note entry number 181 and 177 were scratches. We're now ready to select your champion late junior heifer calf.
Good division here as we get into them. We talked about those two out of our first class, challenging class, and they come back out here and they settle in. And I get pretty comfortable with our class winner. I give her a lot of time in that class because everything fit me really good, except for I just couldn't get a good read on her hip, and I didn't want to just single trade her and do it fast enough to where maybe we didn't give it all we got, whether that's enough for you guys or not. I mean, personally, in my mind and for these young kids, and that's a good class winner. Heavy duty in terms of her foot and her bone work, and she is the best in terms of her runners and her structure and how that one is so genuine and square underneath. And like we've talked at a couple today, she's not your just genuine silhouette of a show heifer, and I'm good with that. That thing's got a little stouter forearm. She's got just a shot more horsepower when you get into her, maybe a long-term growth is maybe she's going to be a moderate kind of cow, and hey, I'm good with that. But that's a very, very high-quality one that gives you a great look and can combine that balance when she's parked or moving, and she does it with some extra width and extra stoutness. So I like that about her. Very, very good one there that was second. We talked about it earlier. You bet. There's a couple things that we need to change on that one for this guy in terms of the shape of her jaw and just stouting her up there. Square that one up, a shot coming and going. But she is very skinny. We've talked about it a lot today. Skinny's not a quality trait. And I'll stick to that. That one there, though, for as skinny as she is, her body shape is so genuine. You get right in behind the cattle. She's got some dense shape and some meat right down in the seat of her britches, and she's got some shape there. She still gives you a nice look, very flexible. Then we got into a heavy-duty single entry there just in terms of stoutness of bone and feature. All those things are maybe, if you will, a shot overwhelming in terms of this particular lineup, in terms of maturity, in terms of where we're at, in terms of just being bold and shapely. All those things are good. Get into the cattle. We need to redesign her rear leg a little. We need to change her right at the point of her shoulder. She gets a little longer bladed, if you will, for me, and we could just elevate that, elevate her breastplate and stuff all that back up in there to where that thing can balance a shot better. But you talk about heavy duty, wide built, stout bone, she does that. So challenging division right here. I've always been a proponent. Quality nose to tail, it's where we're going to stay. Maturity, size, skinny, none of those things determine anything. Straight up, in my mind, highest quality two in this particular division come out of the first class. They'll be your champion in reserve.
And your champion late junior heifer calf over in your Chi-Composite female show goes to entry number 172, TSSCETL Playing Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Cregan of Martinsville, Indiana. And your reserve late junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 170, HFC Lucy, exhibited by Brianna Fox of Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 29 Chi-Composite females. These heifers' date of birth range from February 25th through February 2nd of 2025. And over in your maintainer female show, we are ready for Class 23 maintainer heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from April 27th through April 3rd of 2025.
good class right here. Young man wins, and that's a logical decision for me. Very high quality female, very well presented. One that he's done an awesome job presenting and getting ready to come to town. With that, she's the most fault free in terms of her build, even though she's just a nickel short stepping in terms of behind, and we could actually just hinge her hock. I wish it had just opened just a shot more and get out there behind her tail a shot more comfortable. After that, I mean, we're picking on one pretty hard. That heifer's good looking. Her body shape is good. Her underlying balance is good. She's by some margin the most genuine in terms of width the chest, in terms of width the underpinning. Does it instill a maternal look? She's got some extra pin width. For one that gets just a little longer backed, if you will, that one is very, very good in terms of her strength of top line and the way that one's built right behind her blade, right up over her withers. That one's pretty skinny, but still opens with tons of body shape. And like we said, she's a little longer back than some of them, but she's still jet level and strong and strength, has plenty of strength up there. Very good right up there. Good calf. Go ahead and win. 2 and 3 is where it gets close, and probably the logical thing or the easy thing, I guess you would say, would be grab a hold of the big juicy one that's in third here, that's got tons of hair coat in her. And if you can live with her hip and her rear leg and the way that one goes, she can be second. I like this one. She suits me better. She's way more genuine in terms of the build and the top side of her hip, in terms of her true width, the pin set, in terms of when the cattle go away. By far some margin better in terms of our length of step, in terms of our squareness, in terms of her hock. Now, she's not as bold as the one right behind her. She's got a little dab of chest down low, and that's why she can't win the class. Her genuine build, that's the kind I like. She suits me the best in second. Beautifully presented one comes here in third. Awesome in terms of her rib shape. That one's far along. Like we said, if you can get into her hip and her rear leg and the way her step is in terms of wanting to close and wanting to be a nickel short, hey, you can gravitate to her body shape and her extra boldness and go ahead and flop that pair. Very good up there in 2 and 3. These at 4 and 5 are very, very good. And this heifer here in 4, lots and lots of quality there in terms of her look and her presence. That thing's got big old furry ears that set right up on the top of her head, heads up. Her neck sets on the top side of her blade like it's supposed to. Really good in terms of her condition, her body shape. She's better in terms of her bone work and her foot size and her ankle than the one right behind her. She lands in fourth because she doesn't fit quite as good through her loin and right up over her tail head, and it's just not quite as seamless in terms of her design as those cattle right in front of her. But young lady, that one will be fun to feed on, fun to show, and you've done an excellent job getting it done today. Good heifer comes here next, just in terms of moderate, big centered one that's got some doability built into her. Fundamentally correct in terms of her feet and legs. Like to change the shape of her hock, though. We bring her in this setting, make her a shot more attractive in terms of the way she uses her rear leg and the way she handles her hip on the top side of her skeleton. But good class right there. Good set of young people. Congratulations to you.
And placings in Class 29 over in your Chi-Composite female show are as followed. First place goes into number 184, NSSC Miley, 76N, exhibited by McCoy Kilman of Lima, Ohio. Second place goes into number 187, Winslow Memphis Girl, exhibited by Paisley Mumford of Dayton, Pennsylvania. And third place in that class goes to entry number 188, BC2 Cherry Coke, exhibited by Kira Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes into number 185, FEN Pearl, 23M, exhibited by Naomi Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. Fifth place in that class goes in entry number 182, exhibited by Gracie Fletcher of McAlpin, Florida. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 30 over in your Chi-Composite female show. And please note, entry number 177 was moved to this class. Again, entry number 177 is now in Class 30. And over in your maintainer show, placings in Class 23 are as followed. First place goes entry number 94, TSSC ETL Playing Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Cragen of Martinsville, Indiana. Second place in that class goes entry number 90, BRUT Harmony, exhibited by Blake D. Haven of Parker City, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 93, MJCC Neva, exhibited by Mason Joloff of Kenton, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 91, Miss Patsy, exhibited by Sadie Holler of Hintonville, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 97, exhibited by Chase McAllister of Bethel, Ohio. And sixth place goes entry number 89, exhibited by Tyler Inlow of Laredo, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 24 maintainer heifer calves.
Good class here, good class winner in my mind. You bet. You want to pick on her. She gets just a shot open up over the top of her blade. Maybe wants to run downhill just a shot. The one right behind her runs uphill, gets a shot upright up front. So with that, logical place for me to start. Awesome right in the center of her body. Great big paws. She sets them down and opens them up, and it's got great big bone. I'm not going to tell you she's dead set perfect in her hot going right away. We could square her up just a shot. I love her body shape. I love her still having a nice enough look when we get her up front. She's the widest built one that's the stoutest in her feature, and then she's the most correct coming and going. You bet. She wants to run downhill just a shot. That's where we could elevate her there. Very, very good class winner right there. This one here in second, high necked, high tying, good looking. All those things are good. Maybe a shot more modern day show heifer looking if you want to deem her that way, because she is. Little flatter in her shoulder. And I guess, I've always told my kids, we talk about them being flat shouldered. If they're flat shouldered, it's got to correlate back. And I think it does just a shot here. She is flatter shouldered and she's tied in real tighty right at the point of it. With that, her foreribs just a shot flatter. Her body shape's just a lot flatter, a notch flatter. So that's the differences in them. But she's good looking, got a good hip, good rear leg. She motors good, very, very good kind, very well presented. Congratulations to you. Heifer here in third, a little more moderate, still square built up high, still extra good in terms of her pin width, attractive enough up front, little plainer right in the shape to her head. We need to just give that one a shot more body shape right in the center of her. Young lady, you've done an incredible job presenting her. I'd be proud of her everywhere I led her at the fair today, because you've done a good job. Good heifer comes forth here, and just in terms of strength of top line, in terms of length of hip, all those things are good. That one runs out of horsepower just in terms of her bone, her ankle, her foot, and her body shape. But young man, excellent job to you as well. Congratulations. good division here as we get them back out here. Good pair of class winners, good pair of seconds over there. We get into them, and we can't do it. But, boy, I just standing back here visiting with these photography girls, just thinking, man, if we could blend these two together, man, we would be like lights out in the big hole going to the right spot. And I don't mean that they're not good, because they are extreme in terms of their quality and in terms of the way they're built. They're just so different. Where one complements the other, or could be a shot better, the other one is. So very, very fun to just stand back and look at and think about what you guys, even though I'm not one that ever wants to project them, I tell my kids all the time, hey, quickest way my oldest boys start judging some shows, and not that I'm sharp enough for anybody to listen to, but I always tell him, hey, you go do a jackpot or a prospect show or a set of young livestock, and you want to look simple, maybe, if you will, more than you probably will by pedigree, just start trying to project them. And I mean that because when you stand out here, you have no idea their pedigree, you have no idea their situation, and I do believe in this project, or this is how we operate at home. Hey, you put me third today, I'm going to do everything I can to beat those two ahead of us by fall, okay? So I believe in that process as much as anybody, so I'm not going to try and project them because nobody knows the care they're going to get. So with that said, I think both these class winners are incredible. It's pretty straightforward in my mind. If you listened to me and paid attention, there's one that's more my speed, and with that, she's the one that takes the longest step. She's the one that's rear hock works the best. She's the one that her front knee set back in her. You bet. You want to pick on her because she runs downhill a notch. She's got a little dab of chest and maybe opens over the top of her blade. I'm good with that because I'll tell you that's where we can make her better. But where she's good, she's incredibly good. My speed's right here. Young lady will be your champion. Little guy up front will be reserve. Give him a big round of applause. Good division here.
And over in your Chi-Composite female show, placings in Class 30 are as followed. First place in Class 40 and your champion early junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 40, Poke RJ Lizzo, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. And second place in that class of 30 goes to entry number 191, Campbell Go Annie, exhibited by Whitney Emmering of South Vienna, Ohio. And third place goes to entry number 189, exhibited by Kennedy Hamilton of Hillsboro, Ohio. And fourth place goes to entry number 177, Pre Betty, exhibited by Dale Febley of Ann Brewster, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And your reserve early junior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 184, NSSC Miley, 76N, exhibited by McCoy Kingman of Lima, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 31 over in your Chi-Composite female show. And in Class 24 maintainer females, placings are as followed. First place goes to entry number 99, Steck Lucy, exhibited by Maggie Johnston of McConnellsboro, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry number 109, CDR Lacey May, exhibited by Lindsay Beckham of Belmont, Michigan. Third place goes entry number 133, Tank Miss Bonnie, exhibited by Tanner Krosky of Wattsburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place goes entry number 111, EIC Nora, exhibited by Natalie Elkhorn of Mansfield, Ohio. Fifth place goes entry number 110, exhibited by Pate Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. And sixth place in that class goes entry number 104, exhibited by Dwight Hamilton of Hillsboro, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 106, exhibited by Brody Cobble of Burnsville, Indiana. Eighth place goes to entry number 102, exhibited by Molly Shelton of Lynchburg, Ohio. Ninth place goes entry number 98, exhibited by Paisley Rice of Camden, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 25 maintainer heifers.
Good class here, good class winner. Hip forward, very, very good. High neck, good stout head on that one. Still good in terms of the way she's built through her shoulder and her forearm, and up front is good. She's comfortable as she goes. She's good in terms of her foot and her bone work, and just her stoutness of feature matches what she's got up on the top side of her neck. All those things are good. Very broad and good right out of the back of her blade for one that comes to us in this kind of rig. Still good enough in terms of her full rib. Want to get into the cattle, make her a shot better. We can change her right up in the top side of her hip, make that one just a nickel stouter up there, and just square that one there. Her length of hip is incredible with that. Just gets a little different in terms of the shape and the posture of it up high, but with that, still got an incredible rear leg when she gets parked. Still got a nice look, presented to the hilt. Very good class winner. Congratulations, young lady. Moderate built-in doability in this one, just moderate in her kind, maternal in her look. Gets a little shorter bodied, gets a little quicker in terms of her overall maturity pattern, young lady. But that one will be very, very low maintenance when you take her home. You turn her out and you do what you're supposed to. You've done a good job with her. Congratulations to both of you.
And first place in Class 31 over in your Chi-Composite female show goes into number 193, PCC Dat Style, 137M, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place goes into number 46, T-Dog Stella, exhibited by Emily Cox of Dawsonville, Georgia. Please note, inch number 194 was a scratch.
Good pair here as we get into them. Line up pretty logically in my mind. And before we get into it, young man, I don't know if you show cattle all your life. I hope everyone you get is that laid back and that gentle, because I'm going to promise you it's probably not going to be that way. But I hope you appreciate it today, because you and her are a very good team. And I don't know if she has any more worries in this world than you do at the moment. And that's kind of cool. But that's a good effort in terms of having some far-reaching pieces. Those are huge feet, and those are huge bones, and they work the right way. That thing is awesome in terms of how she sets her feet down and her length of step and the way she goes. And she also does that with her head down. Okay, that's hard to do, and I'm not. We're not going to talk about that. I've had young kids as well. That just shows you that thing when we get her parked and her top line settles in her. A very, very, very good female. Awesome in her rib cage. Awesome in terms of her hip and her length of hip. She has got an extremely long hip in her. Huge appendages. She uses them the right way. You bet. You want to get into her. Got a little dab of chest, a little dab of navel. Hey, that's okay. It matches her in terms of her bone, in terms of her stoutness ahead, in terms of the shape she has up high. At times in the trip we've seen her today with her head down a little bit. She wants to get just a shot rigid up in her top line. When she gathers it up, it settles right in just right. High quality, well-presented one. Congratulations to you, little guy. Good Heifer comes here in second, just in terms of moderate. One that, once again, there's a lot of built-in doability here. Fleshing ability is good. She's still got a maternal look in terms of shape to her head and the way she's built to her shoulder. Gets a little frailer in terms of her bone work on both ends. Wants to get just a shot upright as well, young lady, on both ends. If we could just rock her back in her knee, give her a shot more set to her rear leg, we'd make her a little more comfortable. But you've got a high-quality female you've done a good job with. Congratulations to you.
And placings in class number 32 over in your Chi-Composite female show. First place goes entry number 197, MKR Miss Dakota Blue, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. And second place in that class goes entry number 196, Wit EK, exhibited by Ella Strickland of Colbert, Georgia. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is class 33 over in your Chi-Composite female show. And placings in class 25 over in your maintainer female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 120, JNOF Miss Mafia Ties, exhibited by Riley Moon of Comer, Georgia. And second place in that class goes entry number 118, CFCCGG, exhibited by Emma Wagler of Morgantown, Indiana. Third place goes entry number 121, FEN Pearl, exhibited by Nomi Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. Fourth place goes entry number 116, KNEP Chesley M, exhibited by Chase Nip of Plymouth, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 260, exhibited by Adrian Omeritz of Gibbon Glade, Pennsylvania. Sixth place goes entry number 119, exhibited by Jackson Kidd of Sandy Hook, Kentucky. Seventh place goes entry number 115, exhibited by Grace Fletcher of McAlpin, Florida. Eighth place in that class goes entry number 114, exhibited by Stella Bonham of Hamilton, Ohio. Ninth place goes entry number 123, exhibited by Lena Zermery of Fayetteville, Ohio. 10th place goes entry number 122, exhibited by Noah Brosman of Bethel, Ohio. Now in the ring is class 26 maintainer heifers.
good pair back on her key show, and I think it fit together pretty logically, even though they do kind of complement one another if we could kind of blend them a little bit. But no doubt our class winners, the young man's up front. Crazy Wild in terms of her look up front. Mid-rib back, I like this one quite a bit in terms of just some spread she has up high in terms of her body shape. I love her feet and her bone work, and all those things are good. When she gets parked, she'll gather herself up just a shot better than she does when we ask her to move. I wish we had this kind of look of balance when we catted around the ring, because then we could really dive into one. We get into the cattle, she needs to be stouter right out of the back of her blade and her fore rib and just opened up. If we're going to make her built like that behind her, we got to match it right there in her, right up over her withers and her fore rib. But that thing is deadly in her look, good in terms of her runners. Big paws, she uses them the right way. She's got plenty of width when she goes right away, and still pretty square coming and going for one that gets just a little washed out right there in her forerib. But a good heifer, very well presented. Congratulations to you. Heavy duty one comes here next, just in terms of sheer width from the back of her blade all the way to her pin set. I love that thing in terms of her squareness, in terms of her shape up high. That thing's got an awesome rib cage in her. Not quite as coordinated off either end of her skeleton. Little tentative in terms of how she sets her rear feet down, young lady. We need to elevate her next set and give her a shot more presence here in the bright lights. But I'll tell you what, the basics are very, very good in that one. That'll make an awesome cow down the road. Congratulations. Well, as we get to the end of this particular division, let's congratulate these young people. Challenging division here, and I'll tell you what, if ownership doesn't come into it, or you don't have favorites out here, and you objectively step out in here and look at these 3 class winners, I'll tell you what, you can go back and forth in your mind 100 different times and 100 different ways because there's places where they excel this particular drive, and then there's places where they need to be better, and they each have their trade-offs. So very, very challenging, and I say that with the utmost sincerity of how much quality is in this particular division. My hat's off to you guys. We go down through them real quick. We won't take long. The one that won the first class, very, very striking in terms of just her natural head carriage and her ability to raise her head and elevate it that high above the top of her blade and still be somewhat correct in terms of the set to her shoulder is very, very unique. Now, where you want to get into her is from the point of her shoulder to the ground. She wants to maybe close just a shot the base of her chest and spin out a shot up front. We talked about her. She has one awesome rear leg in terms of how she utilizes it and how it's built. It's not the biggest one out here, but it is sure very, very good in terms of how she utilizes it. It's up in the top side of her hip. Just set her tail head and the top side of her hip in her just a shot better, and hey, she can be a logical class or division winner in my mind, but that's where we need to get into that one and make that one a shot better. Then we got the little guy in the middle that won that class, and very, very genuine is what I'd call that one. She is the biggest in terms of foot and bone work. She is probably the most correct in terms of how she uses both ends of her skeleton, in terms of how her knee sets for having more base, more chest width than the one right behind her does. She's square with that. Her knee sets in her better. And with that, that thing has got an awesome hip and an awesome rear leg. She is the most genuine in terms of the top side of her skeleton, in terms of the top side of her hip. Her tail head sits in her very, very correct. Now, she's got a base of chest, and the little guy's giving it all she wants, and she's probably just as gentle as she needs to be. Hey, if that thing could show us a couple looks of elevation up front and just throw her head up into the rafters like she has the ability to, hey, it's lights out, it's over for me, because I like her runners. I like her just genuine build. I think she packs more punch than the cattle on either side of her. I know she's way more genuine in the top side of her hip. I know she's way better in terms of her runners. It just, if that one you can live with her elevation up front in the trip she's having today and the way she's built to her chest. Then we got the pretty exotic one that won the third class, just in terms of her look up front is wild. Skinny necked, really attractive up front, very good in terms of where her breastplate is laid into her body and elevated, and the way her chest sits in there, ties into her forerib, all those things are good. For me, we get into the cattle. We talked about a midrib back. I'm good with that heifer. Her body shape is good. She, like our first class winner, we could just stouten her and spread her right up beside her tail head and in the top side of her hip. Change her there a nickel. But her question with her is, from her midrib to the back of her blade, is that one truly just opened up, genuinely God-given width enough in that one, in the base of her chest, in her forerib? That's where you got to get into that one and see if that one suits you. So very, very challenging as we get them out here. I'm going to stay home. I'm going to stay right where we've been all day. I know her elevation ain't been crazy. I know her chest ain't wild. This one here is the most genuine. She suits me the best. Congratulations to you, cowboy. I think for reserve, it gets really close, and you've got to make your decisions. In terms of those cattle, I think the young lady's heifer out of class 1 is more genuine right up over her withers and in her forerib. I think they both need to be changed in the top side of their hip. I think you get into the cattle and you look at the width they have all the way through. I think the young lady up front has an advantage. Young man sure has an advantage in terms of hair coat, in terms of look up front. So you go back and forth within them. There's one, like we said, I'd love to change them both in the posture of their hip. After that, there's one that every time you look at her, she's bolder in her forerib, she's bolder in her cage, she's higher tying in terms of her neck set, she's a shot more my speed in the way she's built in her head and her jaw. Young lady out of class 1 will be reserved. Let's give them a big round of applause. Good set of cattle.
And your champion senior heifer calf over in your Chi-Composite female show goes to entry number 197, MKR Miss Dakota Blue, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve senior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 193, PCC Dat Style, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is class 34 over in your Chi-Composite female show. And over in your maintainer female show, your Division I champion junior heifer goes to entry number 120, JNOF Miss Mafia Ties, exhibited by Riley Moon of Comer, Georgia. Congratulations. And your Division I reserve champion goes to entry number 118, CFCC GG, exhibited by Emma Wagner of Morgantown, Indiana. Congratulations. And your Division I Bred known champion goes to entry number 126, exhibited by Megan Mollett of Mulberry Grove, Illinois. Congratulations to those maintainer exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 27 over in your maintainer female show.
Good single entry here. Young lady's done an awesome job presenting. Very stout in terms of just her width up high and how square built that one is. Right up in the top side of her skeleton. Unique in terms of her look. With that one, we could soften that one right in the center of her body and just redesign her in terms of her hip and her rear leg. But young lady, you've done an awesome job presenting one that's got muscle. She combines that with still having a nice look. Congratulations to you.
And first place in class 27 over in your maintainer female show goes to entry number 133, PCC DKBF Dat Style, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 134, Three Aces Shadow, exhibited by Bristol Holloway of Olmsted, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in class 34 over in your Chi-Composite female show goes to entry number 202, JFK Blizzard, exhibited by Abby Willett of Parma, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is class 35 over in your Chi-Composite female show. And entering the ring in your maintainer female show is class 28. And placings in Class 28 over in your maintainer female show. First place goes entry number 136, S.N. Demi's Mic Drop, exhibited by Katie Lowry of Burlingame, Kansas. Second place goes entry number 9162, Three Aces RJC Heartbreaker, exhibited by Lauren Landers Franklin of Bluntsville, Alabama. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Division II champion fall heifer over in your maintainer female show.
Very good class here. Before we get into them, my hat's off. You guys, awesome job in terms of presenting your livestock and getting them shown, and all that's good. This is a fun class to get into. And before we get into it any further, I'm going to tell you, of this top three, mobility is maybe a notch of a challenge in all three of them. So with that, straight up, this one's my favorite. She's the one that's the best on the top side of her crest. She's the one that's the best down through the base of her chest and the way her breastplate sets in her and she elevates there. Her underlying quality is the best in terms of this particular setup. She's not the stoutest, and I wish we could just stouten her up in the top side of her hip and square that one up in terms of her rear hock and let that one go a little better. But when we park them just like this, compositionally, she's the better of the pair. She's sure the better shaped in her head, her throat latch, the top of her crest, the base of her chest. Flawless in terms of just from the side, the way that one's built. She wants to run downhill just a pinch, but she's still good in terms of her front end structure. It's from her hip back. If we could change that one there, hey, we're going to a good spot, because hip forward, I love that one in terms of just her head shape, how tidy she still is. Compositionally correct. Good female right there. We got to change her rear legs a nickel. No elephant in the room. She's not perfect there. This one gets a little straight and a little upright up front. So to me, I call structure pretty close. You get into it, that one needs to be better going away. This one wants to get too upright up front. Nickel straighter in terms of the slope to her shoulder. She compensates for it on her front ankle because she's got cushion there, okay? Her knee's still set out a little far. Her shoulder's just a little upright. We get into her. She's got an awesome rib cage. I'm not in love with the shape of her upper hip as well. So I thought as we went back and forth, I thought they could both be better there. Her bone work in her foot and her ankle doesn't proportion quite as good with that great big old round cage she's got, young man, and maybe comes to us compositionally a little further along, if you will. But that is a very, very high-end heifer, beautifully presented. Congratulations to you. That's the way I saw that pair. Very, very good. Very fun to get into. This Baldy comes next. If we could soften her right in the center of her body, she might be as flexible as any of the top three. We just run out of shape right in the center of her. She gets a little flatter in her forerib, a little flatter through her body shape, just a little shallower in terms of her flank, so she doesn't balance with her extra chest quite as good. But that thing's got a nice set of bone, nice feet, still gets out and goes, good rear leg, very well presented. Very attractive, good-looking one comes next that this young lady has absolutely showed the lights out of. And I love your heifer from right here. So when we get right in behind her, I wish she had more shape. That's how we land here. She gets a little flatter from the point of her shoulder to the ball on her tail. We just got to just open that thing up, give her more shape all the way through. Her top line strength is good. Her look up front is good. Her hip is good. All those things are good. Combined running it, getting just a little flatter through the center of her body, all the way back to her stifle, with being a shot frailer in terms of her bone work in a good class. That's where we landed there. You were lights out in terms of getting her presented. Good solid cattle comes next, long-bodied, extra heavy duty in terms of bone and foot, has some width, doesn't balance like those other cattle up front. So very good class. Congratulations to all of you. Good division here as we wrap it up. We had a single entry white one up front. We talked about unique in her look, extra heavy duty in terms of just the dense shape she has up high. Still very muscular with that. With that, gets just a nickel rounder in terms of her build. We can soften that one up. But young lady, you've done an awesome job. That smile will take you a lot of places in this world. Hang on to it, and it'll show you a lot of success. Then we got into a good class. Good pair of cattle here. We talked about them. We could change them both in terms of their mobility a little bit here and there. That's why we come to town. But both of those are very, very high quality. Champion Reserve come out of your last class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
And placings in Class 35 over in your Chi-Composite female show are as followed. First place and your champion summer yearling female goes to entry number 9, TRJC Phyllis, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Congratulations. And second place in Class 35 and your reserve summer yearling female goes to entry number 203, Simone, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 59, ARM Miss Callie, exhibited by Riggin Pruitt of Danville, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 204, KABG Megan, exhibited by Riley Nicole Gurman of Ottawa, Iowa. Fifth place goes entry number 58, exhibited by Tolson Howard of Culver, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 36 over in your Chi-Composite female show. And catching you up over in your maintainer female show, your Division II champion goes to entry number 136, exhibited by Katie Lowry of Burlingame, Kansas. And your reserve Division II goes to entry number 133, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. And first place in Class 29, maintainer females, goes to entry number 138, JBRE Sandy, 42-1M, exhibited by Macy Simpkins of Bidwell, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 137, Birdie So Fly, exhibited by Jaylee Hurst of Okaloochee, Georgia. Third place in that class goes to entry number 139, JBRE Sandy, exhibited by Jared Ressner of Greenmont, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 30 maintainer summer yearling heifers.
good class, challenging class. I'm good with pumping the brakes when we need to, and maybe in my mind getting it the way I like it. And I was hard on the heifer in second for maybe not ever try getting her underline to balance. She's a little higher twisted, and everything kind of runs up the wrong way at times when you give her those get those looks. And I was a little hard on her. I was a little hard on the one that's very, very stout right behind her for being a big, tall animal that needs to have more true width right in the base of her chest. So when we got down to it, we'll talk about them in a minute. This was my class winner from the first trip in. I'm not going to tell you she's the most anything, because she's not. She's the best built one. Of the cattle, she's probably maybe, if you want to, compositionally, she's by far the best. But after that, there's maybe not as much true horsepower as a couple behind her, and that's okay because she is so square and so genuine. Okay, the base of her chest, the point of her knee, where her front feet land, that's square-built, genuine cattle that I like. She's square up high. She's good right out of the back of her blade. She's good out through her hip. I'm not going to tell you she's absolutely the most flexible either, but it's all good enough. It proportions very, very good. Combine that kind of look with that kind of squareness, that kind of genuine build. That'll fit me every day, all day. Very well presented. Good class winner right there. 2 and 3 get really, really close. And like I said, this one I picked on her because I was having trouble getting her underline, young man, to just balance. She wants to get a little higher in her twist. Everything wants to run up and go the wrong way. With that, she can look a little frailer in her bone work, in her foot, and her ankle comparatively to the one right behind her. I moved you up because when you get right in behind a cattle, she's the broadest right out of the back of her blade. She's more genuine on the top side of her skeleton in terms of just sheer width. I like the shape of her head. It suits me a lot better. The way she's built up front suits me better. If we could just yank that one seat of her britches down in her and let all that in her underline balance a shot, hey, we make a really, really big dog fight up on the front end. Good calf right there, very well presented. Heavy duty in terms of foot and bone work is this one here in third, and she's still high neck. She comes to us with the most condition on. When you watch the cattle come right at you, I just couldn't get over how closed up she was in the base of her chest. She wants to get a little too wide and a little outside of her body wall when she goes right away. I love her bone. I love her stoutness. She just needs to be gathered back up on both ends, but a good heifer there as well. Good young man's done an awesome job hanging on to one that didn't want to be here. Moderate, big back, sure got some body shape. Gets a little plainer in terms of her underlying quality out here. Maybe just a little shorter, if you will, up in through her front end. But young man, you've killed it in terms of getting through a project that didn't want to be here. You've done it at a high level. Congratulations to you. Good looking, fresh built one comes next. Really attractive. Good down her top line. Need to soften that one, young man. Just give her more true body shape in this particular setting. Great class. Good set of young people.
And over in your Chi-Composite female show, placings in Class 36 are as followed. First place in Class 36 and your automatic champion late spring yearling female goes to entry number 208, BBR Majestic, exhibited by Hadley Dunkow of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place and automatic reserve division champion goes to entry number 209, ODW Fergie, exhibited by Robert Rogers of Kendallville, Indiana. Third place in that class goes entry number 206, Campbell Go Queen, 240.01, exhibited by Whitley Emerine of South Savannah, Ohio. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 77, El Man Tammy, exhibited by Harrison Stuffin of New Concord, Ohio. Fifth place goes entry number 72, exhibited by Mason Slatcher of Port Charlotte, Florida. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 37 in your Chi-Composite female show. And over in your maintainer female show, placings in Class 30 are as followed. First place goes entry number 144, Divine Miss Me, exhibited by Zoe Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place in Class 30 goes entry number 141, LRCC Saw Swing, exhibited by Clay Miller of Forest, Illinois. Third place goes entry number 143, Simone, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 145, KABG Megan, exhibited by Riley Gurman of Ottawa, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry number 143, JFW Phoebe, exhibited by Emma Hummer of Jonesboro, Tennessee. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And over in Division 3 of your maintainer female show, your division champion will go to entry number 38. JBRE Sandy, exhibited by Macy Simpkins of Bidwell, Ohio. And your reserve division champion Heifer goes to entry number 137, Birdie So Fly, exhibited by Jaylee Hurst of Oconee, Georgia. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 31 over in your maintainer female show.
Very good class here. Very good in terms of quality. I'll tell you what, all of them presented to the hilt. It's very fun, and we talked about it earlier. If you guys got ownership, or you bred them, or you like one of these kids, or you know them better, you like them all. I hope you all like them all. But if you know one of them better than the others, you got a favorite. But when you walk out here and you're blind, and probably some of you will say at the end of the day, I am blind, and that's okay. I'm good with it. But if you just walk in here and they are what they are, gate to gate, logical class winner in my mind. She's not the most to anything, a lot like our last class winner. We're going to dial it back in terms of bone and stoutness just a shot. But I think in terms of build, in terms of basics, in terms of being seamless, in terms of how her top line's laid in her, in terms of being the best, in terms of her proportions, and everything matches and makes sense, that's one that suits me the best. She wants to get just a nickel bit open in terms of her front end when she goes, and maybe paddle a shot more than what we just call ideal. But I love her composition. I love her look. And I think she's the one that tells you, hey, I'm not the stoutest boned one, but my muscle matches my bone. Hey, I'm not the biggest bodied one, but it all fits. My shoulder sets in me good. I'm still immature, if you will, in this particular setting in terms of being later mature and getting there. I like the posture of her hip just a shot better than the one in third. I like the strength she has right up over her withers a shot better than the one that's a little stouter in second. So you guys see them how you see them. I'll just try to describe them to you the way I see them. This one right here in second, she's a shot more my speed just in terms of stoutness of bone, stoutness of feature and forearm. Wants to kind of run downhill and at times wants to duck her neck and might be as elevated. We lose a little bit of balance right there If we could have the same look of balance when she goes as when she's parked, that's my class winner, no bones about it. We just lose too much balance when we get going in terms of her natural head carriage and the way she presents herself. This one here in third, there'll be a lot of you that'll start with her, and hey, I'm 110 good with it, and here's my read on this one. Hip forward, I like her quite a bit. That thing is huge bodied right in the center of her. If we're going to make them that big right in the center of their rib cage, she's got to have more horsepower behind it. Hips to back, or hooks back into her pin. She tapers and funnels too much. Her twist wants to elevate up in her just a shot more than we need to. With that, she's presented to maybe make that not look so much. Genuine God-given quality of underline. We just simply got to yank the seat of her britches down in her and stouten her up on the top side. We take that combined with, for me, she needs a shot more forerib shape. She needs a shot more right in the base of her heart. That's how she lands third. You want to get off on her presence, her stoutness of bone, her looseness of structure? Hey, I'm good with it. That's a good setup there on the top end. That's the way I saw them. Congratulations to all three of you. This one here in fourth, young man's got length of body's good, muscularity's good. Need to soften her up, young man. She gets just too harsh right in the center of her body. You've done a good job presenting her. Congratulations to you.
And placings in Class 37 over in your Key Composite Female Show are as followed. First place and automatic division champion goes to entry number 9163, Steck Cabo AM, exhibited by Aubrey Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Second place in that class and automatic reserve division goes to entry number 217, WFSC DCC Who's Glowing, exhibited by Macy Runkle of Urbana, Ohio. Third place in Class 37 goes to entry number 219, J-Boy Tammy, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Fourth place goes entry number 211, JFK Trips Rosie, exhibited by David Prefilp of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Please note entry number 212 and 215 were scratches.
Good class here, very logical class winner in my mind. I like this one quite some margin. Head, neck, everything fits. She's not the stoutest in terms of just her bone work of what we've seen today, but it fits. It all matches. Her maturity pattern is probably a shot different than some cattle we've seen, and that's where I guess I like it. I like cattle that are built like that everything fits together. She does that. We asked the cattle to go. She is so good in terms of her top line and the way she carries herself there, and still having some dense shape. Still got that kind of look. Still good in terms of her pin set and her width. Awesome rear leg. Even though it's not the biggest one we've seen, it's still awfully good in terms of the way it's built. Beautifully presented. Good class winner right there. We'll get into a shot more. From there, you can do a lot of different things, and the young lady's right here in second suits me the best for my particular liking. A shot more moderate, if you will, stouter in terms of her bone work, sure more flexible and genuine in terms of when you watch the cattle come and go. Even though she's not dead set perfect in her rear hock in terms of being square, that thing is good right up over her withers. She's good in her forerib. Balance is awesome from her forerib back in terms of just her genuine underlying quality. Good in terms of her hip. I love her stoutness of bone and just her softness right in the center of her. She's more correct than the higher tying one right behind her in terms of her shoulder and her front knee. Very good one there to be second. One here in third, really good looking. We moved her up just a shot. I was a little hard on her initially because I thought for one that was a shot more elevated and a little bigger statured, if you will. She just ran out of bone, and we needed to make her stouter, which we do, but still her genuine quality above that, she needs to be third. High tying, still jet level down her top line. I like the shape to her hip and the posture of her hip better than the one right behind her. Watch the cattle go. She's more genuine as she goes right away. Young man's done an incredible job presenting one here in comes next. Good looking, very broad in terms of her width up high. Maybe at times wants to get a shot rigid in terms of her top line. Now, she too needs a shot more bone as you go to the ground. She's just not as coordinated as the one we slid up in front of her when we asked them to go. Young lady's got one comes next. It's got more bone and more stoutness than the two right in front of her, and I like that. She wants to get a little elevated in her tailhead, young lady, and when the cattle go right away, we just got to bring her back inside her body wall. She wants to get a little wide and get a little bit out there in terms of where her feet land, maybe redesign her in her hock, but you've done an incredible job presenting one that's going to be very fun for you to take home and mass multiply. So it's been a good set of cattle right there. Congratulations to them all.
And placings in class number 38 over in your Key Composite Female Show are as followed. First place and automatic champion junior yearling female goes to entry number 222, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Brecklin Bloomberg of Sonora, Illinois. Second place and automatic reserve division champion goes to entry number 221, WFSC DCC Talk to Me, exhibited by Emma Cole of West Liberty, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 224, Desire, exhibited by Natalie Yates of Darren, Wisconsin. Fourth place goes to entry number 220, JSUL Houdat, Force 567, exhibited by Maddox Dylan Robb of Kinmundy, Illinois. Fifth place goes to entry number 223, exhibited by Brian Nitzel of Epworth, Iowa. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be ready to select your grand champion Key Composite female here at the North American. And please note, class number 39 over in your Key Composite Female Show is a scratch. And catching you up over in your maintainer female show, placings in Class 31 are as followed. First place goes entry number 146, TSSC BTOM Mika Kunas, exhibited by Hogan Henderson of Farmland, Indiana. Second place goes entry number 151, MFS PRES Angel Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Thibault of Idleville, Indiana. Third place goes entry number 152, J-Boy RCC Bingo, exhibited by Sloan Boyert of Pleasantville, Iowa. Fourth place goes entry number 149, CURC All Dreams, exhibited by Keelan Calhoun of Cairo, Montana. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 153, exhibited by Harrison Stuffin of New Concord, Ohio. Sixth place goes entry number 150, exhibited by Jaylee Kelso of Quentin, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 32 over in your maintainer female show. I would like to take this time to reintroduce our judge that's been with us all day here on your Chi-Composite, ChiAngus, and Chianina female shows here in Broadbent, Mr. Brent Murphy. Mr. Murphy resides in Houstoniana, Missouri, where he owns and manages Murphy Cattle Company alongside with his wife, Dieta, and two sons, Cole and Ty. Their operation has always consisted of registered Angus and semi-Angus cows with a C-stock focus, but recently they have been committed to growing their club calf program. Although Brett was not raised in the agricultural industry, he joined 4-H and grew a love for beef cattle. He has now had the privilege to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the inaugural Show Steer Junior National, National Western Stock Show, Arizona National, Keystone International, American Royal, and several national junior breed shows. He strives to make it a positive experience for every single exhibitor. Brett enjoys attending cattle, goat, and swine shows across the Midwest throughout the year with his family. If you could join me in giving Mr. Brent Murphy one more big round of applause for being out here with us on the Green Shavings. If you also could join me in giving our American Junior Chianina Association Board of Directors, as well as the American Chianina Association Royalty Queen and Princess, for all they have done here with us in the Green Shaving as well. If you could join me in giving those folks a big round of applause. Again, we are ready to select your grand champion Chi-Composite female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, making her way in the ring now is the selection of your grand champion Chi-Composite female. And placings in Class 2 over in your maintainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 154, Miss Showcase Diamond, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. And second place in that class goes to entry number 166, BBR Madeline, exhibited by Turner Longair of Kellyville, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry number 168, BFCC Faith, exhibited by Brody Bolin of Ashland, Ohio. Fourth place in that class will go to entry number 164, Kane's Pearl, exhibited by Lawson Medsons of Clovis, California. Fifth place in that class will go to entry number 160, exhibited by Riley Green of Mayville, Michigan. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 162, exhibited by Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa. Seventh place in that class will go to entry number 165, exhibited by Macy Runkle of Urbana, Ohio. Eighth place goes to entry number 169, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Ninth place goes to entry number 163, exhibited by Wyatt Brinkley of Heath, Ohio. 10th place in that class goes to entry number 155, exhibited by Kendall Linhard of Fortville, Indiana. 11th place in that class goes to entry number 157, exhibited by Emily Harwer of Big Prairie, Ohio. And 12th place in that class goes to entry number 158, exhibited by Todd Weiner Jr. of Butler, Kentucky. Now in the ring is class 33 over in your maintainer female show. Again, over in your Chi-Composite female show, we are selecting your grand champion at Chi-Composite female.
Well, as we get to the end here, let's give all these young people that have participated on this side of the ring today and the other two, give them a big round of applause. It's truly pretty cool. You know, I always say that. I never claim to be very sharp, but I always say when you come here or whatever show you go to and we get the ability to show livestock, that's almost like putting paws on the rest of the world, okay? My wife tells me that a lot because when I leave, maybe I don't look back. But I'll tell you, we can pause the rest of the world and we can be around like-minded people and do something we truly enjoy and watch kids excel. We don't have to worry about what's going on 3 blocks to the south or 3 blocks to the north or what kind of weird things we're going to see when we turn on the TV. When we come to these shows, we just hit the pause on the rest of the world and we live in a bubble, so to speak, or that's the way I address it, and that right there is pretty special. I don't care how we sort it. That's just the way I'm wired, and I think that's very, very unique. So my point of that is this. As grown-ups, as young people, as mentors, as breeders, as whatever you want to be, let's remember that, okay? These kids, we talked about it earlier, and I'm very big on integrity, and I think it's probably next to a few things in this world. I think it's very, very high on the list, and I think these young people learn it through us, okay? Just like we learned it through generations above us. So with that said, I guess my point is I'm not asking for a free pass if you don't like what I did and you need to grab me when we leave. I guess so be it. I guess what I'm telling you is I challenge you to go out of this ring no matter how we did and realize we're here for something bigger than that picture and a banner that we're going to get at the end of the day. I will promise you that. And I don't take competition lightly because I'm as competitive as anybody. So that's all we're going to say about that, or I'd talk too long and they'd be shutting us off. It's been a pleasure to be here. It's absolutely been incredible. The staff, the announcer, the help I've had in my ring, second to none. It's been incredible. Let's give them all a big round of applause. It's been really good, too, to share the floor here with Blaine. He kind of moved to our state from a third world country, you might so to speak say. But we accept him full-heartedly, him and his family, for one reason. We accept the rest of the family all the time. We accept Blaine because he's a Chiefs fan. Okay? That's how he gets in there. Keep rooting for the Chiefs, and we'll always take you. But, no, very sharp guy over there. It's been an honor to be out here with you. Blaine, and listen to what you're saying over there. So I'll tell you what, we get to the end of this, it's pretty cool. We're going to land on a pair of them that do look very similar, okay? And that's not me. Anybody that knows me, I don't think they got to come in pairs. I don't think they got to look alike. These two, though, they will when they're done, and they don't do it because they mirror each other. They do it because they're the highest quality one is out here. I think one of them, the slight advantage is one of them's just a shot nicer right in the center of her body. Just everything fits in proportions for me. I think as we take these things, we talked about it today. I'm not going to be hypocritical if you listen to me. I made a comment. I tell my oldest boy and my youngest one too all the time, you want to go judge these jackpot shows and calves, the quickest way besides being a Missourian and being my kid to look simple is trying to project them, okay? I'm not into that. I think it's quality nose to tail. That gate to that gate's all that matters because like we said, I'm not going to bet against their genetics. I'm not going to bet on them. I'm not going to bet against a kid that was third today with a calf that's going to outdo it and want to beat you because I believe in the process. That's how we're supposed to do it, okay? You put me third, I'm going home, and we're going to come out fighting the next time, okay? That's why I don't want to project them, but my point is one of them looks like, I preface what I'm going to say next with that because one of them looks like when you're driving around, when I'm driving around in my old clankety old feed truck in Houstonia, Missouri, and I'm feeding cows. There's one of them that I'd love to feed when she's 4, and I know I'll still be feeding her probably if the good Lord doesn't take her too quick when she's 12 because she's built to last. She's just a shot better right in the center of her cage. She's just a shot more maternal, if you will, with still having the extras. So awesome, awesome set of cattle, but better than that, these kids have been incredible, okay? Let's give them all one more big round of applause. We'll wrap this thing up. They'll get on with the main show. Best of luck to you all tonight. I think it gets really close out here. I think there's a pair of them that suit me. I like them real good. I'm not going to hide it. I'm not very dramatic. You're not going to get a big slap from me. We're going to tell it. We're going to go get our pictures done. You guys get on with your day. I think they're very, very good as the whole set is. Young lady right here is your champion. White flanked one's reserve. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Good set of livestock. Better set of young people.
And your grand champion Chi-Composite female here at the 2025 North American goes to entry number 222, JSUL Houdat 4117, exhibited by Brecklin Bloomberg of Sonora, Illinois. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, a Chi-Composite female, will go to entry number 9, TRJC Phyllis 433M, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Congratulations to those Chi-Composite exhibitors. We will now be selecting your grand champion and reserve champion, Bred known Chi-Composite female here on the green shavings.
As I wrap up, it's been an honor and a privilege to be here with you. We've talked about it. It's been incredible. I do think this Bred known deal is very, very unique. I think it's very good. I think there's tons and tons upside in it. you young people keep going forward. Like we talked earlier, there's nothing better that'll teach you about life, about hitting your mark and falling short than production agriculture, okay? Production agriculture will teach you things that you can't do anywhere else in America. So keep taking these projects home, raising them, making them better. My hat's off to you. I think our bred and owns are very good in this particular division. All three of them were very good. I like this calf up here to be your champion. Little cowboy will be reserved. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Been a great show. Been an honor and a privilege to be here with you.
And your grand champion bred known will go to entry number 40, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. Congratulations. And correction on your Chi-Composite show, your reserve grand champion, excuse us, will go to entry number 208, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. Congratulations. And over in your main